Wanda? Mark? Colette? Everybody screen?
Oh, yeah, screen's up.
Give me a thumbs up. Okay,
We're green.
awesome.
Ready?
We're live too.
Okay, we're ready?
Do you have to press the?
We're green. We're green everywhere. Okay. Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, August the 12th, 2025. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Love. All members of the council are present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So tonight we need to go into closed session, but before we do, Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody wishing to speak on closed session items?
No, we do not.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go into closed session. We should return about 7:30 and restart the meeting. Okay. Go to what? Oh, yeah. Got a message she was coming. Becky, we're ready. Ready. Clint, we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. I don't need to board anybody. You ready? Okay. Yes. Got it. This, oh, the other one. Not this one, this one. Not the one that I have from, this is a different one? Gotcha, okay. You guys ready? Carmen, are you ready? Okay. Make sure everybody's cell phones are silenced. Okay, good evening, everyone. We are ready to begin tonight's Gardena City Council meeting for Tuesday, August the 12th, 2025. We're returning now from closed session. And Madam City Clerk, will you do the roll call?
Mayor Serta,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Here.
Councilmember Francis,
Here.
Councilmember Love.
Here.
All members of the council are present, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And Madam City Clerk, Madam City Attorney, do we have anything to report from closed session?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, tonight the council attended closed session with all members present. Staff was provided with direction, but no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So next we're going to begin with our Pledge of Allegiance tonight, and that will be led by a young man by the name of Kyle Chin. And Kyle, if you can please come forward. I'd like to ask everyone to please stand, and he will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Kyle, stay in the front. Kyle, turn around this way, please. It's okay. So tonight's Pledge of Allegiance was led by Kyle Chin, who is in the 10th grade attending North High School. But previous to that, he was a student at Dinker Elementary. Kyle loves to do weightlifting, and in his free time, he likes to dance. So Kyle, can you tell us who you brought with you tonight?
Oh, yeah, so I brought my mom, Lydia. She works at Danker, actually.
Oh, nice. Let's give her a round of applause. All right. And Kyle, would you like to say anything else?
No, that's, yeah.
That's all?
good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. You did a great job, and I look forward to seeing you maybe come back here soon again. All right. Give him one more round of applause, everyone. Okay, next we're going to have our invocation. That will be led by Pastor Les Higgins. So at this time, everyone, please stand again.
Let us bow our heads. Father, we come thank you, Lord, for an opportunity to gather together. We thank you for this great city that you have blessed us with. We thank you for our mayor and our council members. And we ask, Father God, that you will grant them wisdom that they may understand your ways. We pray, oh Father God, that you grant them love, that they will conduct themselves in a way that is honorable and compassionate towards one another and towards your people. We also, Father God, that you grant them power, Lord, that they use their power with discernment, that they be able to guide this city in a way that ministers to multiple people and in a special way and trickle down to the children as well. And so we thank you and we ask that you protect their bodies and their minds. It's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
You may be seated. Pastor Higgins, come back to the front, please. So everybody wants to run away. Okay, so today's Tonight's invocation was led by Pastor Les Higgins from True Way Missionary Baptist Church. On February 9, 2020, True Way Missionary Baptist Church voted Reverend Les Higgins, Sr., as their new pastor. Pastor Les received his master's degree in Christian education from Talbot School of Theology in 2004 and his master's license from Faithful Central Baptist Bible Church in 2001. With a passion for ministering to youth and their families, Pastor Les started teaching children and youth Bible studies since the age of 15 as a member of True Way. For 5 years, he directed the Veritas Classical School of Southern California and served as the program manager for the Family Preservation Network for Triangle Christian Services. He is currently the chief executive officer for Triangle Women's and Children's Shelter. The 25-year journey that the Lord has taken him on has brought him back to serve at True Way once again. Pastor Higgins humbly serves alongside his beautiful wife of 24 years, Tasha, and their 5 children, and he is also a longtime Gardena resident. Pastor Higgins, would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank you all for your service, your compassion. I love my city. I love how you guys love on this city. And I just want to shout out to my wife, Tasha Higgins. And she's a 1-year OG ahead of Tasha Serta. But I just want to thank you all for your service and your kindness to this city. All right.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you again. Let's give him a round of applause. So before we go any further here, we got a little bit of house cleaning here to do. So tonight, if you'd like to participate in tonight's meeting, you can participate via the following options. The first way is you can view our meeting live on Spectrum Channel 22 or online at youtube.com/City of Gardena. The second way is you can participate prior to the meeting by emailing our Deputy City Clerk at publiccomments@cityofgardena.org by 5 p.m. on the day of the meeting and write public comments in the subject line. And the third way is you can attend our meeting in person. If you have a public comment, the City Council will hear from the public on any item on the agenda or any item that is of interest that is not on the agenda at the following times. If it's an agenda item, at the time the City Council considers that item or during oral communications. If it's a non-agenda item, it will be during oral communications. If it's a public hearing, at the time the public hearing is listed on the agenda. If you wish to address the council, please complete a speaker request form that looks like this here and present it to our city clerk or our sergeant at arms. Please raise your hand. You will be called to the podium by name when it's your turn to address the council. The City Council cannot legally take any action on any item not scheduled on the agenda. Such items may be referred for administrative action or scheduled on a future agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the City Council will be given 3 minutes to speak. Also, we have standards of behavior that promote civility at all of our public meetings. We treat everyone courteously. We listen to others respectfully. We exercise self-control. We give open-minded considerations to all viewpoints. We focus on the issues and we avoid personalizing debate. And we embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for foregoing sound decision. So I'd just like to thank all of you in advance for your attendance as well as your cooperation. Also, I have one more announcement here. We ask that you please be patient with us tonight as we just recently implemented a new system called Agenda Link, it's a new agenda management software that includes new features such as electronic voting, electronic timer, as well as how we speak. So bear with us tonight. This is our first meeting doing this, and so we may make a couple of mistakes, but, again, just bear with us. All right, with that being said, we're going to move on to our presentations. First up is item number 6A from our Gardena Police Department regarding the patrol graphics, which is going to be presented by Chief Todd Fox.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. I am very excited to announce that after 17 years, we are changing the graphics on our patrol cars. But before I show you the new graphics, I'm going to step back in time, if I can do this. Might need help here, Becky. So this is what we had back in the 90s. This is before I got started at Gardena, but Councilman Tanaka, you might remember that. And so when you see the finished product, you'll see there's kind of a retro look to our new graphics. So the next. So when I got started in the 2000s, that's what the graphics were. And that stayed that way for quite some time until 2008. Next. So this is what most of you are used to seeing. This has been in place, like I said, since 2008. And now for the big reveal, another click. And as you can see, the graphics are kind of retroed back to the 90s and unified with the other city departments. I can tell you that everybody's really excited for this. Also, if you take a look at the 3 stars that are on the C pillar, those represent the 3 officers that were killed in line of duty. So that's in remembrance of them. And I can say, like I said, we're very excited for it. It's retro, but it's new. And that's it. So I am open to any questions.
Thank you. Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, hold on. We do have one. Bear with us through the system. It does.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I just have a comment.
Hit your mic.
I'm kind of disappointed that you didn't put the chartreuse car with the rainbow tape on the side.
Yeah, as much as we wanted to do that, that paint was so old we couldn't find it.
Because it did take about 6 years before I actually got into black and white.
Okay.
All right.
Good job.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, hold on. And I'm waiting. Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you. I'm getting used to pushing
Okay,
the
I
request to
am
speak,
too.
but I was just kind of curious as to what motivated the change and what was the motivation? Why did it?
Right. So, new chief, a fresh look at the department, kind of getting back in line with the other city departments, more unified, and it's a trend. So the old graphics, those were back in 2008. A lot of police departments in the East Coast did that kind of graphic. And if you take a look around at some of the cities here in the South Bay, a lot of them are going to the retro look with the city seal and more of a plain. So Torrance has done it, Manhattan Beach has done it. And I just thought it would be, I took a survey and everybody was open for the idea for something new.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chief Fox. Looks good.
Thank you.
All right. Give him a round of applause. New vehicle. All right. Okay, next we have a presentation by one of our boards and commissions, and that's our Recreation Commission, and that's being done by Woody, Woods Woolwine. Woody's okay, all right. I have to be formal up here, so.
Mayor and the City Council, I'm grateful to be here. On national TV, they presented my name that I would be here today, but what happened, no one came, so only the important people are here. There'll be a short presentation, a video, and then I will explain it afterwards.
Okay.
the mayor happy birthday.
I just want to say, you know what? Thank you guys for being here at our National Night Out. This is one of the biggest ones in the South Bay. So give yourself a round of applause.
You can see I've served in this capacity for over 40 years, last April. And in the last few years, we've had more activities. The city provided by the Department of Recreation and Human Services, which helped and get people to come, both youth, old, since I'm old, so I can do that. I'm probably older than most of you here. And these programs are very helpful to bring the community together, all nationalities. We are grateful for the volunteers, for the companies who donation and vendors who come to make these activities possible. We are truly blessed with a great staff in the Recreation Department and Human Services. I'm grateful for them. I'm grateful for the men that I work with on the Recreation Commission, Stephen Dyson, Cedric Matthews, Phil Johnson, and Dante Rafer. We're grateful for them, and we're a good team, and I appreciate their input. I'm open for any questions.
I just want to say you guys are doing an amazing job. And just in the past month, I've had 2 people approach me and say one drove from Santa Ana and the other one from San Gabriel because they heard about our events and how much fun they were. One was a concert on the lawn, the other was one of the candlelights. And so you guys are doing an amazing job. So we're definitely here to support you and all that you're doing for our community.
One other thing, in reference to the Ichikawa group that came, I realize we as a team did not play very well. But the positive thing about our youth, they mingle with them, with Ichikawa. And that is a great tool to bring 2 different societies together and working together and knowing each other. And that is a very positive sign. And we should extend our gratitude to these youth who were part of it. Thank you very much. I open any other questions.
Are there any other questions?
Oh, I did a good job.
You did. You did. Hold on one second. We do have a question here. Hold on. Councilmember Love.
I just want to say that you guys do a great job, and I am replacing my commissioner who moved away with a new commissioner who's going to be sworn in tonight. So I'm trusting him in good hands, and I know you're going to take care of him.
I will. Oh, a new recreation.
He's watching you behind, to your left.
Okay.
Are you the? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But you are swearing in a April
I am.
Holland?
She's behind you.
Yes. I will see you next week because I'm part of the
Is that April?
Rent Mediation Board also.
Right. Okay.
So welcome.
All right. Well,
I just have my commissioners all over the place.
Yes.
Wait, hold on one second. We have one more here. Councilmember Francis, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Commissioner, I just want to say thank you for your service. You say you've been doing this for 40 years?
Over 40 years.
Over 40 years, and I'm not going to count them all, but thank you. I just want to say thank you for your service and your willingness and your dedication, commitment to the city of Gardena. So,
Thank you very much. And it's for the councilman and the mayor who nominated me. I appreciate them. Tanaka, thank you very much. I can go back and name them all. The first person who nominated was Mayor Dare. And it went on and on and on. But thank you very much. I enjoyed doing this. I really did. Thank you very
Hold on,
much.
we got one more question, Councilmember Lev? Yes?
Because I know you have served and you've served diligently. I've seen you in action at these the park events and all. I heard that I had spoke to you and I told you I wanted to nominate you also for the Wall of Fame, and I heard that you got that application in. So I'm wishing you good luck on that nomination.
Well, thank you very much. You all have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You too. Give him a big round of applause, everyone. 40 years is a long time. Okay, and I think we have another video here, our Gardena Events video. Okay. Okay, a lot of good events happening here. So next, we're going to move on to item number 8, which are our appointments here. So does any member of the council have any appointments to be made to any commissions, committees, councils, or board at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Love?
I would like to appoint my rent mediation commissioner.
Hold on one second. Can just do item 8A, do one at a time. We're going to vote separately. So just do the 8A one first.
That's not my commissioner.
Madam Mayor, the Youth Commission, who's entitled to one appointee, has nominated Mr. Kyle Chen for nomination. So it's up to the council. This is the Youth Commission's nomination.
Oh, okay. Gotcha, okay. Go ahead with your rent mediation one first, and then I'll go back into the Youth Commission one. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I would like to appoint my rent mediation commissioner, Miss April Pamplin. I'm going to ask her to come forward and introduce herself. I don't personally know Miss Pamplin. She was recommended to me, and I spoke with her briefly, and I thought she would be a good fit. So I moved forward with nominating her. So, Miss Pamplin, would you introduce yourself?
Yes.
Okay, hold
Good
on a
eve-
second.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead then. Just,
No.
well, hold on a second, because we've gone out of order here. Go ahead if you want to say something.
I was just going to say good evening, and I'm glad to meet you all face to face. Thank you for your service, and I look forward to serving the board.
Okay, thank you. So is there a motion to appoint Ms. Pamplin? Go ahead and, a motion was made by Councilmember Love, and then, okay, it'll be a second.
Second.
You know what, let's do this, because the board has to do this. Let me uncheck you. Councilmember Love, I need you to just check your name first, and then Councilmember Francis. Okay, so at this time, a motion was made by Councilmember Love. And is the second one coming up yet? She seconded on my end. It's not coming. Okay, there we go. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Francis. Can you start the vote, please? Okay, all council members at this time, please vote. Okay. Madam City Clerk, we can end the vote. Go ahead.
Okay, we have 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love. The motion has passed.
Okay, congratulations, Ms. Pamplin. Stay right here, because we're going to do we're going to be swearing in everybody in just a moment here.
Okay.
The next motion here we have is item number 8A, and that's to the Gardena Youth Commission. Because the Youth Commission is nominating a person here, I guess it's up to us as a council. We can just move forward with that. At this time, let's make a motion to nominate to the Gardena Youth Commission, Mr. Kyle. Let me do it. I'm sorry. A motion was made here by, is there a motion to nominate Kyle Chen? Looks like one was, Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Rodney Tanaka and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson. Madam City Clerk, will you start the vote? Okay, we can end the vote. Madam City Clerk?
The motion passes with,
Bear with us, everyone.
got ahead of myself. 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay. Item number 8C, everybody stay nearby here because we're going to do a swearing in a second. Item 8C, is there a motion for item number 8C?
Yes.
Okay, do you want to name the person you'd like to nominate?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to nominate Mr. Giovanni Rivera to the Beautification Committee. Again, I'm going to ask Mr. Rivera to come up and introduce himself because I don't know him personally. Again, he was recommended by the city clerk's office, and so I had a brief conversation with him and decided to move forward with the nomination.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Giovanni Rivera. I come with urban planning and architecture background, and looking forward to contributing to the Beautification Commission.
Okay, thank you. So I see that a motion's been made by Councilmember Love, and it looks like it's already been seconded by Councilmember Francis. I'm seeing that here on the list. Madam City Clerk, will you initiate the vote? We're still waiting on one more person. Okay. Madam City Clerk, will you end the vote?
And passes. We have 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay. So congratulations, all three. If all three of you can come forward, our city clerk will swear you all in.
I,
Oh, I, Giovanni Rivera.
I,
April Pamplin.
I, Kyle Shin,
Okay, please repeat after me. Do solemnly affirm
Do solemnly affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear faith,
that I will bear faith,
true faith,
true faith,
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation
That I take this obligation
freely,
freely,
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge
discharge
the duties
the duties
upon which I am
upon which I am
about to enter.
about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank
Now,
you.
don't leave. We would like you to sign. Okay, so this one is April.
Okay, let's give our three new commissioners a big round of applause. Thank you guys in advance for all the work that you guys are going to do for the city of Gardena. Okay, so next up here, before we go to our consent calendar, I was asked if we could move one of the items up sooner. Item number 20A, due to the fact that we do have the attorney here, and we'd like to go ahead and address this issue here, so you're not stuck here late in the meeting. So, Mr. City Manager, item number 20A.
Mayor, Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 20A is resolution number 6709. Discuss and consider adopting resolution number 6709, censuring Councilmember Love for unprofessional behavior towards city staff. Following the closed session held on June 24, 2025, the city attorney reported out of closed session regarding item 2A on the closed session agenda titled Conference with Legal Counsel Anticipated Litigation, Significant Exposure to Litigation pursuant to Subdivision 2D2 of Government Code Section 54956.9. The city attorney noted that all members of the city council were present except Councilmember Wanda Love, who was recused from the item 2A. During the closed session, the city council took the following 3 actions. First, on a motion by Mayor Serta, seconded by Councilmember Francis, the council voted 4-0 to waive attorney-client privilege with necessary redactions and directed the city attorney to report out the executive summary of an investigation into alleged misconduct by Councilmember Wanda Love. The summary was prepared by Special Counsel Scott Tiedemann of the law firm Liebert Cassidy Whitmore. Second action, on a motion by Councilmember Henderson, seconded by Mayor Serta, the council unanimously 4-0 approved waiving attorney-client privilege related to an investigation report prepared by independent investigator attorney Jeffrey Love, dated May 27, 2025, into alleged misconduct by Councilmember Wanda Love. The report would be prepared for public disclosure as the council ordered that the names of the city employees be redacted from the investigation report to protect the privacy of the city employees and to insulate them from possible retaliation for participating in an investigation. The redacted report would be made available to the public on or before August 8, 2025. And the third action, on a motion by Mayor Serta, seconded by Councilmember Henderson, the council voted 3-1 to schedule a censure hearing for Councilmember Wanda Love during the regular city council meeting on August 12, 2025. Voting in favor were Mayor Serta, Mayor Pro Tem Tanaka, and Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Francis voted in opposition. The city attorney then read the executive summary into records as follows. This is a summary of the factual findings of outside investigator Jeffrey Love, otherwise known as the investigator, with respect to allegations that Councilmember Wanda Love made false and misleading statements about the Department of Recreation and Human Services, or DRHS, and its director. Also discussed concerns about City Manager Clint Osorio with a subordinate employee and disclosed to and discussed with city employees her concerns regarding a previous investigation into complaints about her made by other city employees. On May 27, 2025, the investigator submitted his final report regarding the allegations levied against Councilmember Love. The investigator concluded that a preponderance of the evidence supported the allegations that Councilmember Love made false, misleading, and damaging comments about DRHS, discussed concerns about the city manager with another employee, and expressed frustration about employee complaints filed against her. As to the first allegation, the investigator sustained allegations that Councilmember Love made false and misleading statements about DRHS. The investigator concluded that Councilmember Love had dual roles of overlapping authorities as both a council member and director of the Chamber of Commerce, or Chamber. In those capacities, according to the investigation, Councilmember Love often sought preferential treatment for chamber-related requests, including expedited approvals or fee waivers for the chamber without adhering to established city protocol. The investigator gave examples of Councilmember Love making misleading or damaging comments about DRHS, including the following incidents. In March 2023, Councilmember Love stated her expectation that the city staff would prioritize chamber-related asks at the State of the City event. When the DRHS director informed Councilmember Love that she needed to adhere to established city protocol, Councilmember Love attempted to bypass the DRHS director's authority by reaching out directly to other city officials and departments. In May 2023, when Councilmember Love was informed that she needed to follow established city policy by submitting formal proposals for the chamber's participation in a Cinco de Mayo event, Councilmember Love expressed frustration to the DRHS director and accused the DRHS director of being uncooperative. In June 2023, after attending the city's Community Care Day event, Councilmember Love expressed dissatisfaction with DRHS on social media, referring to event pictures posted by the department stating, and quote, "It's like I wasn't even there," end quote, with the implication that DRHS intentionally excluded Councilmember Love from the event photos. In July 2023, Councilmember Love publicly interrogated DRHS's operations at the City Council meeting, specifically questioning the allocation of funds within the department and pressing the director of DRHS about the department's staffing levels and budget decisions. In October 2023, Councilmember Love pushed for the Chamber's involvement and special accommodations at the city's Trunk or Treat event, including waived city fees and priority access to resources. When the DRHS director reinforced that without an MOU, the Chamber must follow the same vendor regulations, Councilmember Love expressed that she was being singled out and treated unfairly by DRHS. In November 2023, Councilmember Love declined to recognize DRHS for its contributions to a citywide holiday festival at a city council meeting. In December 2023, Councilmember Love attempted to secure a sponsorship deal for the Christmas parade for the Chamber, but expected the city to cover additional costs. When DRHS clarified that the city would not provide additional funding, Councilmember Love suggested that the DRHS director was deliberately making things difficult for the Chamber. Regarding the second allegation, the investigator sustained allegations that during the Dia de los Muertos event at Roosevelt Cemetery, Councilmember Love told a subordinate employee that it felt like, quote, slap in the face when the city manager initially said that the city would not partner with the cemetery, but ultimately did. Councilmember Love expressed frustration at being excluded from the decision-making process and shared further concerns with the city manager during that conversation. The investigator also found that Councilmember Love, more likely than not, discussed with a separate city employee that she learned which city employees had filed complaints against her, specifically identifying those individuals in her conversation with the employee. In the administrative review, the employee witness knew the identities of the complainants and knew the substance of at least one of their complaints. Finally, the investigator found that Councilmember Love discussed that she learned about the city employees that had filed complaints against her, specifically identifying one of the complainants and revealing the details about the nature of the complaints with two separate employees. In an administrative review, one employee from the office recalled that on September 2024, while the two were with Councilmember Love expressed frustrations about the complaints filed against her by city staff, the council member additionally addressed that the first employee that she was surprised upon learning that one employee had felt harassed by her. In addition, the second employee from the incident in which Councilmember Love briefly mentioned that she was preparing to attend a meeting relating to complaints lodged against her by city employees. In conclusion, the investigator sustained all of the allegations involving Councilmember Love, and the investigator found that the testimony of the employee witnesses involved was reasonable and verifiable based on the evidence and interviews conducted. Attached as Exhibit A to proposed Resolution 6709 is a redacted copy of the investigator Jeffrey Love, Esquire's May 27, 2025 confidential investigation report. For discussion, a censure is generally understood to be an official reprimand or condemnation, an authoritative expression of a disapproval or blame. This is from Black's Law Dictionary, 10th edition, 2014. The United States Supreme Court has long recognized the practice of censuring legislative body members, which has been more commonly observed at the state and local level. And as early as 1833, this is Houston Community College System versus Wilson in 2022, 595 U.S. 468, 475, public officials have the authority to censure an individual member of the legislative body. Braun versus City of Taft, 1984, 154 Cal. 332nd, 347 to 348. A censure is used to demonstrate that the city council does not condone or endorse a council member's behavior or conduct, and that the city council is taking steps to prevent the conduct from continuing. It serves as a statement to the public that certain behavior is unacceptable. A resolution of censure should not include the elimination of statutory benefits or constitutional protections. As such, a resolution of censure does not have any legal effect on the city council member's ability to continue to serve on the city council. It does not recall, remove, or impeach a member from office, nor can a resolution of censure infringe on a council member's right to vote as a city council member, their ability to speak during council meetings, and their ability to speak to the public. The proposed resolution of censure orders that Councilmember Love participate and complete 3 sessions of training provided by the city's Special Labor Council, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, paid for by the city, and that the training should occur within 90 calendar days following adoption of the resolution of censure. The proposed resolution also orders that Councilmember Love no longer have access to or authority to distribute funds from the Community Discretionary Fund. This action shall remain in place until a majority of the council rescinds it. By way of background, in 2000, the city of Gardena established a Community Discretionary Fund, allowing each council member to allocate up to $2,000 to community organizations of their choosing per fiscal year. While under existing law, a formal censure process is not required, a council member subject to censure has to be afforded some due process, which may consist of simple notice of the potential censure and an opportunity to be heard upon before the imposition of the censure. Rodriguez versus Jurupa Unified School District 2010, unpublished, Lexus 635238. In this case, there was a sufficient notice provided in light of the motion that was made and reported out on the June 24, 2025 closed session, wherein the council approved the motion to set a censure hearing for Councilmember Wanda Love at the August 12, 2025 City Council meeting. Notice of the resolution of censure was also listed at the agenda for the August 12, 2025 regular City Council meeting. It is recommended that the City Council review and consider the grounds for censure as set forth in the proposed censure resolution, hear any related response or rebuttal by Councilmember Love, and any related public comment, and consider adoption of the proposed resolution of censure. Alternatively, the council could decide not to adopt the resolution or to amend the resolution. The council is reminded that it is essential that the names of the city employees remain confidential and protected. The approval of the proposed censure would not have a significant financial impact on the city other than the cost of training provided at the city's Special Labor Council. What is required tonight is to discuss and consider adopting resolution number 6709.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments on this item? Okay, Councilmember Francis?
Well, it did pop up. All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've listened and read the resolution, and I just have some questions here. I'm still trying to identify or determine what was the unprofessional behavior in a nutshell. I'm still trying to, beyond criticisms or critiques, but what was the unprofessional behavior? Did she yell up from the mountaintop or get on a loudspeaker? I'm just kind of curious to what exactly what happened. What was the, because sometimes in my field, I'm a retired teacher, we do talk about unprofessional behavior, and it's all outlined. So you did this, and there's several things that in terms of, how you speak to your students, talking to parents, how you address your administrators, all that. But I couldn't find anything that actually spoke to this. So can someone tell me what that unprofessional behavior was, really? Is it subjective, or is it more objective, or how do we do that?
Mr. City Manager or
Mr.
Scott?
Tiedemann, would you mind opining to the questions by the city council members?
Offering an opinion, or?
Mr. Tiedemann, if you don't
Or
mind.
some
taking
legal
the microphone.
stature in terms of unprofessional behavior for a council member?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. I understand the question to be what is unprofessional conduct?
Or did she, what was it?
Well-
Other than, criticism, comments?
So I understood the first question to be what defines unprofessional conduct?
That's one.
That is, in a sense, in the judgment of the council, and I understood that a majority of the council determined that the behavior determined by the investigator to have occurred was unprofessional, and the investigation speaks for itself as to the findings of the investigator. There were allegations that there were untrue and misleading comments about the Department of Recreation and Health Services made publicly and to employees directly. There were alleged comments made about the city manager having committed a proverbial slap in the face, and there were disclosures made to employees about confidential investigations, the findings of those investigations, and the identities of the individuals who had complained, as well as the substance of those complaints. And so in the judgment of the majority of the council, that was determined to be unprofessional conduct, which is not surprising.
Okay. So,
Councilmember Francis,
I can go.
you have a whole series?
Yeah, I have about 5 or
Okay,
6,
why don't
some, if
you
don't mind.
go ahead and go through all the questions, and then I'll go to the next person to ask a question.
All right.
Okay.
So, I never did. I couldn't figure out what were the false and misleading statements that were made by Councilmember Love.
I honestly, I think the investigation respectfully speaks for itself. It would be too much for me to go through every single one of them, which are outlined in both the executive summary and the report itself. And I wouldn't want to in any way undermine what the investigation report says by trying to repeat what it says by memory.
Okay, so in terms of determining the false misleading statements, you desired not to comment what those false or identify or say what those false and misleading statements are because it would take too much time, or there are a lot of them, or
No,
you just don't, you
No,
have
it's-
some difficulty in making that determination at this point, or don't want to inform us what they were.
Well, not that I don't want to inform you what they were, but there's a 38-page report, and the 38-page report has numerous recitations of statements that different people alleged were false or misleading, and that the investigator determined were false and misleading. And for example, you
Yes,
can
thank you. For example, I like that.
you
Thank
can
you.
so if you look at page 3 of the report, Councilmember Francis, do you have that in front of you?
No, I don't. So I'm relying on you.
Thank you. If you look at page 3 of the report, it reads similarly to the executive summary that was read by the city manager. So, for example, the investigator determined, based on the facts determined in this investigation, the greater weight of the credible evidence show that the council member has in the past made false, misleading, and damaging comments about the Department of Recreation and Human Services. If you go down to page 9, it begins to recite what those various different findings were, but what I'll end up doing is reading the report.
Well, I was just more concerned about specific statements that were made. So, but if you don't, if you're able to do that at this point, that's quite all right. Because I have other questions. And other thing I don't understand is why was this elevated to the level of censure when, in my humble opinion, this whole thing should have been handled different. I'm really kind of disappointed the way it was handled. And I'm making a statement right now. Perhaps you can help me out on this, make me see better why it was handled this way when, it could have been handled just by a simple meeting of the minds, or what I call the come to Jesus meeting, and where folks sat down and had a conversation about what was said, why it was not okay, and how do we move forward. Did that ever happen with Ms. Love and the parties that were affected, or city manager? Did that happen? I mean, and this is probably just your opinion, in my opinion, because I think if it had happened, then perhaps we wouldn't be at this juncture. To me, it's almost like, killing a fly with a sledgehammer, as when a fly swat would have done. Do you have an opinion of that?
This is not a matter of my opinion. The matter was discussed in closed session. It is for you to vote on tonight. It's a proposal for you to decide to vote in favor of or against the resolution. My opinion, frankly, doesn't matter.
Well,
it was a
since
matter
you're
of
here,
judgment of the council.
Well, since you're here and in your particular position, I just was kind of curious as to what your response might have been. So, can you help me? What do we have a city protocol that's been established, written down somewhere? Maybe I overlooked. I couldn't find anything. Do you have anything?
With me currently, I don't have any protocols.
Was there anything that you could say? Well, because of city protocol, This what made it unprofessional behavior? No. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to answer for you. Can you answer that for me, please?
Do we have a city protocol that
Or
identifies
did you find
professional?
anything that helped? You
I'm sorry,
find-
man, you're asking me multiple different questions
I am.
before I even
We'll
begin
just
to
pick
answer the one.
Which one would you like to answer? Pick any one you answer. I'll be happy with any answer you give me.
Do you have a protocol that identifies unprofessional
We can
conduct?
start with that one. That's great.
As I sit here right now, I'm not aware of a specific council protocol that identifies unprofessional conduct. It doesn't mean that there's not one. As I sit here, if I may explain my role, I was asked to retain and oversee an outside investigator who conducted a factual investigation. As to what the council chooses to do with that factual investigation is up to the council's
Yeah, I
discretion.
was just wondering what were the results of that factual investigation. I'm just trying to identify because I couldn't find any of that. And then
Councilmember Francis, may I interject?
Sure, you can help him out.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I don't mean.
when
No offense taken.
Thank you, sir.
we have certain protocols, as you alluded to, as far as what do we do when certain things are brought up to our attention. When employees bring up certain things like unprofessional behavior, harassment, et cetera, we are required by law to look into it and do an investigation. This is not a negotiable item. This is not up for discussion. This is not something that we can just say, let's have a meeting of the minds or come to Jesus meeting. We can't do that.
Sure you can, but
No, we
anyway.
cannot.
But
We have to protect the employees' rights.
Now-
We have to protect the employees, what they're trying.
Okay, I'll wait for you. Go ahead.
Okay. So that is exactly what we did. So when you say that this could have been handled differently, there is no other way that this could have been handled. There isn't. This is city policy. You, as a city council, adopted this.
I appreciate your comment, but I'm simply saying I couldn't find it anywhere written down. That's all I'm saying. And if it is, would you please do me a favor and email me a copy of
We
it?
can certainly provide it to you, and it's
I
also
greatly
included
appreciate
in your harassment training.
Well, I heard about harassment training and all that too. So I sat through them for here and for every commission I've been on, and as a teacher and a person of my union, I've sat through several, so I'm very familiar with that. So I'm just trying to figure out where we went wrong here, and there is a process. I just didn't see it. That's all. That's all I'm asking. And please, staff, please understand we're not attacking you or saying we don't believe you. It just has to do with the issue of the process. And I know protecting employee rights and all that because I've been an employee longer than I've been a city council person, so I get that. Thank you so much for your response. And just the last, now, is this a problem because of disagreement, or is it a situation because of we don't like the way things are said, we didn't like what was said to us, or that was the part I couldn't quite figure out. Besides just basic kinds, it seems, and I could be wrong because sometimes a subjective opinion is reality when it happens to you, if you understand what I mean. Whereas it may not be objective because it is your reality, then that sets it. And my last question now, the due process. Can you explain how that happened and what went through? How did that take place? And then I'm finished. I think I've asked enough and held you up enough. I don't mean to do. I'm
Councilmember,
just curious. Thank you.
The item before you is a central resolution. And so as the city manager read in this staff report, you discuss the due process that is required for a central resolution. And it's a minimal due process, which is consistent simply of giving notice of today's hearing and allowing her the ability to respond or to rebut, which has been, the first part has been done, which she's been provided notice. It's up to her whether or not she chooses to exercise her opportunity to rebut. That is the due process that is required for a central resolution. And the case law, the Rodriguez versus Yoruba Valley, which is Unified School District, is the case on point with regards to due process on a central resolution, which is the item before you tonight.
Okay, so so from the beginning to where we are now, that was due process, even though no parties were involved, nobody sat down and talked about it. Is there anything we can do to fix this? And going forward, we just kind of went at it. All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, Madam Attorney. Thank you. And thank you for your patience with me, colleagues. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, so next is Councilmember Love, and then I have two public comments, and then I will go to Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Love.
I'm going to start with a prayer. Lord Jesus, for your peace over me right now. This one is for Mr. Tiedemann. What proof do you guys have? What proof was submitted to support these allegations? Were there emails, voice recordings, text messages? Was there any proof to any of these allegations that support these lies?
Thank you, Councilperson Love. The investigation was conducted by Jeffrey Love. He laid out the evidence that he determined, established by a preponderance of the evidence, the truth of the allegations that were leveled. The investigation lays out the proof that he identified that he thought was sufficient to sustain the allegations. I did not conduct the investigation.
But does Mr. Love work for your office, or was he? Okay, so.
No, he does not.
Okay, so he came out and did the investigation. He had to have given someone or had to receive some form of proof of these allegations other than interviews and hearsay. Was that ever done? Or was there any form of that submitted to anyone?
It appears to me, Councilperson Love, it appears to me from the investigation that yes, he did review records. The investigation report explicitly identifies the fact that he reviewed records. It identifies the records that he reviewed. It also identifies the witnesses that he interviewed and based upon which he then made his findings. Again, I didn't conduct the investigation, but his investigation report appears thorough, internally consistent, and well done.
So if the investigative report is thorough, then it should have at least mentioned evidence of proof, which it lacks. And I have to admit that this craziness has been going on for 8 months, since January, and I'm exhausted. I am like so over this. I can address, and I will address the allegations that has been made against me, but I want to first start by this resolution to rescind my $2,000 in discretionary funds. If staff, no, let me rephrase that. If the city manager or the mayor can tell me how does reprimanding me, how does enforcing this new resolution reprimand me by taking away $2,000 of discretionary funds that I can only give back to the community nonprofits, nonprofit organizations that benefit the city? How does that reprimand me? What benefit does that give to the city to pass this resolution? Tasha, Clint, either one of you guys can answer that question.
Councilmember Love, I wasn't involved in this discretionary fund, so you'd have to ask the city attorney or the mayor.
I can address this here. It's a benefit for us to have a discretionary fund. And so that's not something that take lightly, that we have this, that we're able to give to different organizations and groups. However, each council member decides to give it to a nonprofit that's associated with the city. Again, it's a privilege to do that. This was just one of the things that was suggested, along with the 3 training classes. And, I'm even curious to know from the previous censure if the 3 training classes were even taken, because that would at least show that, hey, I'm trying to do better versus doing these same things again here, insulting or harassing our employees here. Our employees who are, all they're trying to do is come to work and do their job. Everybody here has worked somewhere where, at the end of the day, if you just want to go and do your job, you don't want to be harassed by somebody who wants favors from you. And if you don't do it, then they go and they talk about you to other employees. That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Okay. So one of the things that we're doing here is making a suggestion here that at least 3 more training classes be done here to at least explain to Councilmember Love that certain things that we shouldn't be doing. I don't know in detail if it's harassment or just how to be nice to people or just what. But the other thing is the benefit of just having a discretionary fund. That's one of the privileges we have, just have that taken away. So that's all there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Since it's back and forth, then let me go to Councilmember I'm sorry, I was going to address these two
No, I
people.
wasn't
Wait a minute.
finished.
Well, you asked me a question, I answered it. So if you want to do it again, you have to hit the button. I did say I was going to bring up two more people, then go to Councilmember Henderson, and then I see your name hit again. Okay, so I'm going to bring up the two people who have a question. The first one is, I don't know who came up first. I'm sorry, Peggy, my apologies. Peggy, I can't pronounce your last name, I'm sorry. Come on up forward. And then Valerie Barbour. I apologize. I want to remind everybody, you do have 3 minutes to speak. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Tesher, council members, and the audience. My name is Peggy Evans. I'm on the Senior Commissioner Board, and I've been a SIP resident of Gardena for 45 years. This came as a bit of a shock to me, because when you asked the question, did any members in the audience have anything concerning Ms. Love? This is the first time hearing about it. As I mentioned yesterday, I don't really do social media. I'm too busy to be on the. So concerning what Ms. Francis said, I'm wondering that it's back and forth, he say, she say. And as the gentleman, he discussed that he did some research, but it was interesting that he couldn't state what determines the behavior, inappropriate behavior. Because I'm wondering, if you did that research, you would have known what are standards for the city of Gardena regarding inappropriate behavior. So, like I said, I'm wondering if there's more to it, because since I've been coming to the council meeting, and it's always something against Ms. Love. I don't know why, and I understand it's because of personalities. I know her fairly well, and I do tell her sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. But, you know, we all have our different personalities, so I'm wondering, is it because of the type of personality? And no matter, say, oh, you need to go to this class and that. I've been in a leadership role, and sometimes you need to stand aside. And like I said, I'm just bewildered at why it has come down to this decision. Like, you have closed session, why was it not dealt there? And so let it be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next person is Valerie Barbour. Barbour. My apologies, I'm sorry.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, I appreciate the time you're taking. I only know Wanda Love to be a person who cares about the neighborhood, the community at large. Councilwoman Francis asked, what is the behavior? Till this time, we have not heard what is unprofessional behavior and if it's written down or not, so that all of us could follow it. Now, I do know this. The city of Gardena has bigger problems to deal with than censoring Councilwoman Love. And I find it kind of an insult that you would take all this time, all this money, and censor her for $2,000. She shouldn't have to go to a school to see how to act. She shouldn't have to be put through this for 8 months. When, like I said, there is bigger problems that I've called almost everybody about, the chief of police, the lieutenant, Mr. Osorio, and you want to spend time and money censoring Councilwoman Love? Just like she said, you need to tell us. The record doesn't speak for itself. If it does, then give us all a record. The treatment she's getting, and I hear it every time I come to a meeting, I look at it on TV, and everybody's picking on Councilwoman Love instead of taking care of business in Gardena. No, it does not speak for itself. We want to know exactly what she's being censored for. And if you can't tell us exactly, at least break it down a little bit. And this is not right to do her this way. And I, for one, am not going to stand by and allow it. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
And no, she doesn't need any classes. She knows how to talk to people. She knows how to take care of business. She ran her own business for years, raised children, everything. She doesn't need another class. If you don't like the way she's acting, speak to her instead of hiring a lawyer.
Okay. Councilmember, I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the comments of the community as well. I wanted to address a lot of issues with this. I think we did attempt to handle this initially once with the remedy of taking courses. We all have to do harassment training, which I don't know why we have to do it every year, or ethics training, but we have to do it. But to give everybody a little bit of background, the employees of the city of Gardena had put the council on notice about our behavior overall and how we interface with one another. If you've noticed, for those that have been in this community a long time, we didn't used to have to read a protocol statement on collegiality and how we conduct ourselves. We now have to read that statement before every council meeting, where once we didn't have to do that before. Where I do find the behavior unprofessional, because when you take this role, the understanding is it's a council, city government type of, or city manager type of management. So if there's any discrepancy or concern, it gets voiced to the city manager. If there's any discrepancy or concern with the city manager, that gets voiced to the city manager. Once you introduce other employees into the conversation, subordinates of the city manager, that starts to impact morale, and as it was stated, we have a lot of other things we need to deal with. A lot of times in our community, we're paying a lot of lawsuits that I feel unnecessarily we need to pay. One thing we need to reduce is self-inflicted wounds by having lawsuits be invoked from the dais. When we run for these seats to represent our various portions of the community, there's some understanding that we have a level of discernment that everybody doesn't share. Because when we say something, it has some gravitas and it has weight to it. So for the average employee, we all have worked somewhere. If that policy body member complained about your job to your supervisor, it would put undue pressure on you and put you in a state of high anxiety. Again, the form of government we have in a council, city manager form of government, we have one employee that we are responsible for. We can hire him, we can fire him. That's it. Our interactions with the other employees could be real on the surface, hi, how's your family? We keep on going. Any concerns or discrepancies we have with employees conduct, and everything goes through the city manager. That's our role. That's been made clear when you get in these roles. So for folks that are trying to find exactly what was said to who, if you look at the litany of things, it shows a chronic pattern. And if it was a place of employment and this was another employee of yours, you'd be like, okay, well, we got to do something. We tried to do something, and we discussed before we got to censure, hey, just go to a couple classes and, just have a refresher. That remedy has not been satisfied. So then what are we to do moving forward? Because again, it's a reflection on all of us on the dais. So that's all I have to say, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Next is Councilmember Love.
Okay, just for the record, I just want to make sure that you do understand that Councilwoman Francis talked, had asked questions answered, and was allowed to ask all of her questions. So for you to shut my comments down after I asked one question is a bit unfair, but I just thought I'd put that on record to make note. Again, this is all beyond ridiculous. Restricted my, and I'm going to read because I'm so annoyed that if I started to speak freely, I would probably go down a rabbit hole. So, restricting my abilities to allocate my community discretion funds will only mean fewer grassroots projects or support for local nonprofits that have historically relied on my donations, such as Sarah High, the Second Time Around Club, and I just submitted a request for $1,000 to be donated to a new nonprofit that teaches young athletes who can't afford to learn how to play baseball to be able to do so. The constituents, my constituents, also feel like taking away my discretionary funds is going to be perceived as you silencing my voice in their vote. The community is aware that previous censors stem from political friction, not genuine misconduct. This behavior will only cause future council members to hesitate to challenge staff's decisions or advocate and stay silent instead of fighting for what we believe out of fear of political retaliation. This is very important for the community to understand, because if you look at our agenda, every agenda item is staff recommendation. And in order for me to support staff recommendation, I have to have belief that staff is capable. I have to have trust in staff. And if I see in a situation that I can't go by staff recommendation, I should have the right to question that. And my questioning should not be turned into an allegation of attack or harassment. It should be me doing my job as I was elected by my constituents in the community. So I'm still baffled by this whole second investigation and this final censor, because it came down to this because during the first resolution of censoring me, they decided to take everything away from me with the exception of this. So this is the only thing that they can come back with, and I should state that this is the only thing that Tasha can come back and take away from me. I mean, she would probably take away my pay if she could, but after this, there's nothing else to take. And as far as me doing the training, I did not do the training. I am not going to do the training because I do not need the training. I just took ethics training, and I don't have an ethics problem. Now, granted, one of the speakers did address personality, and another one may have addressed tone. That's who I am. My personality is what it is, and I am who I am. And yes, I can probably work on it, but nevertheless, to take my questioning or overseeing of my job as a council and turn it into allegations of harassment, I'm baffled. But moving on. I'll address the first allegation, false and misleading statements about the Department of Recreation. Again, I asked what proof was there to support this. I'm told that there was a preponderance amount of proof and evidence that support this. I haven't seen it. Made false and misleading and damaged statements about the director. Again, as Councilwoman Francis said, perception is reality to the person who's perceiving it. If my conversation with you offends you, but that's not my intent, is that my fault? Can we talk about it? Because all of these allegations and the people that made these allegations never at any point ever brought to my attention or told me that I was offensive. Half these staff members continued to smile in my face and talk to me like everything was fine, but yet they portrayed me as being a horrible person that they was intimidated by. Publicly question the director, operations, budget, and the staff. Keep in mind that I cannot have, well, let me put it like this. Considering all things that's going on for the last 8 months, can you imagine what I would be accused of had I had a private meeting and discussed these things? I should be able to ask these questions out loud and in the public, because what I'm asking is public knowledge and the public wants to know. So again, them being false and misleading or being offended that I publicly questioned the operations, the budget, the staffing, or evidence, or event decisions, I don't understand what was so wrong with that. Why was that misbehavior? I expressed a personal dislike of the director. Please understand that my like or dislike of a director or person is irrelevant to my public statements. It has nothing to do with or any bearing on what I say publicly. I used my dual role as a council member and the chamber director to seek preferential treatment. I would love to see an email or a text message supporting this statement. I've never asked for special treatment. I have people here who have been with me at the chamber for the 20 years or so that I've been running the chamber. I have never asked for special treatment. I've always been treated as an outcast. Fact check my community record, my community events record. I have never partnered with the city in the entire time that I've been doing the chamber, with the exception of maybe 2. And one turned out to a disaster. When I was first elected to council, the first thing I did was I renewed my passport. And it's like a $40-something fee. And when I renewed my passport, the city clerk staff automatically waived my fees. And I went back and I paid for those fees, and I told her at that point that I don't want preferential treatment. Treat me like everyone else. So something as small as a $40 fee that I could have just been like, okay, no, I paid my $40. If this isn't for everybody in the community, don't do it for me. I had a situation with Public Works, and I called Public Works, and Public Works said, oh, just put it on the curb and we'll come get it. And I asked the Public Works employee, is this for everybody? And he said, no. And I told him, I said, well, I appreciate that. I said, but no worries, I will figure it out my own. I didn't have Public Works come and do a special favor for me. So that's a lie. I don't confuse my role as city council and chamber. Not at all. I requested expedited approval or waivers for chamber involvement in city events without following the formal process. Again, please show proof of these allegations, because the chamber stopped trying to do business with the city years ago. I posted on social media in a way that portrayed the department negatively or suggested that I was intentionally excluded from the photos. Prior to the video tonight, you can look back at the YouTube videos from the previous council meetings. You don't see me in any of the videos that they show at city council. It's okay though, because I show up in the community, I take my selfies, I do my photos, and I post on social media just so my constituents can know that I am out in the community. So that's a lie. A slap in the face regarding the I can't pronounce it in Spanish, so I'm gonna call it the Day of the Dead. The only reason why I knew the city was doing the Day of the Dead with Roosevelt Park is because when Roosevelt Park initially asked the city to do this, and they asked the city to donate the tables and chairs, the city told them no. I reached out to Clint, the city manager, and asked him why. I was told that because Roosevelt Cemetery is not in the city of Gardena. But keep in mind, prior to that event, the city of Gardena had partnered with the Roosevelt Cemetery and done other events. So for the city to tell them initially, no, that we're not going to donate the tables and chairs and partner with you on this event, prompted representatives from the cemetery to contact me to find out why. I have never done a Day of the Dead event in the 20+ years I was at the chamber. So why would I do one now? I'll try to move this along as fast as I can, but these allegations need to stop coming. My role, again, I stopped asking for events to partner with the city back when Kelly Fugio was here. Being the CEO of the Gardena Chamber, I've always had major pushbacks from the city of Gardena. I've never complied and would not fall in line, even when Paul Tanaka and Ed Madrano was in charge, which is the reason why I've always, prior to even coming to the council, always been treated the way I've been treated, the way you guys have seen me been treated from this city council. Fact check, all of my events. I did school supply giveaways for 10 years. 10 years. Last time, when I stopped doing school supply giveaways, I was at 800 packs and the supplies. Not one of them were ever at a city location. Every last one of them was outside of the city on a private lot, partner with a private business, because the city would never support me, nor the Chamber of Commerce, as long as I was there. I discuss confidential complaints filed against me. please understand, staff know more about what's going on, way more than anything that I can ever disclose in a personal conversation with 1 or 2 employees. So don't sit up and make it seem like I went out and blabbed information that was not already circulating in the city. I had a conversation, which meant that they knew stuff that was already put out there. So, like the second speaker said, the city has way more things to do besides chase me with smoke and screens. Disrespectful, dismissive, and exclusionary behavior towards the director. That I ignored or excluded the director during the event and public meetings. Failed to publicly acknowledge contributions at the city council meeting. Avoid engaging directly with the director in a professional setting. Allegedly ambushed the director with critical questions in the chamber board meeting. I was never made aware in the 3 hours and 3-inch binder that I was given by our city legal attorney when I first came to council that I had to like a person. If I liked what was going on in this city, I would have never ran for city council. I would have never got involved. And again, with all of these allegations coming at me, all I'm asking for is proof. Give me a chance to own what you're accusing me of. Because without the proof, it's high school hearsay, period. It's a waste of our taxpayers' money and a waste of our time. The one event that I did with the director of Human Services, Park and Recs, was a school supply giveaway. It was supposed to be a partnership. I was asked to provide hot dogs for 500 people, buns, condiments, chips, and bottled water. In a quantity of 500, I supplied that. And when that event was over and we were packing up, my little brother came to me and told me, you do know all of those hot dogs are still in the room. All of them. Not one was used. So how was there a partnership? How did you distribute hot dogs? When it came time to fire up the grill, somebody should have came and said, hey, Wanda, where are those hot dogs? But you showed me at that event, the city showed me, this director showed me at that event, that she didn't care. And that was the city's first school supply giveaway, which was the reason why I partnered with them. It was not a partnership. It was a school supply takeover. Improper social media conduct. I posted inaccurate evidence related information on social media, the shuttle wait time. Again, this is subject to interpretation. There was plenty of people that was standing around me at the park, at Raleigh Park, the day that's in question to catch the bus or transportation to get to the beginning of the MLK parade. Councilwoman Francis, I believe she was there. I waited and I waited and I waited, and I wind up catching a ride with a vendor so that I can make sure that we was at the parade on time, which happens to be the same parade that Councilwoman Francis and I was placed behind Councilmember Henderson and Tanaka, and then a trash truck was placed in front of our vehicle. And then Councilwoman Francis and then I was allowed to proceed in the parade behind a trash truck. Now keep in mind, this parade is put on by this same director of Park and Public Works. of Park and Recs and Human Services. So we want to talk about a pattern. We can talk about a pattern. Made public posts implying intentional exclusions. Again, you can look at the videos. You may not be able to go back and look at them on Facebook, but I would suggest you look back at the ones that's on YouTube because they can't be altered. I'm not in the photos. Use social media to criticize staff rather than addressing concerns. Every time I addressed an issue, it was turned into an harassment. So I stopped addressing. I stopped addressing staff. I stopped talking to. Prior to the council meetings, I would call the directors of each department head and talk to them about an agenda item just so I can get background on that agenda item so that I can speak with some sense of understanding or education on these agenda items. Now that has been taken away from me. Now I get the agenda on Friday at 5 o'clock, and I have to investigate every agenda item on this agenda and sit here and make a rational decision. I can no longer talk to the directors to find out, hey, can you give me some background on this agenda item? Because that was part of the first censor that was taken away from me. So that limits me on how I can do my job. Attempt to circumvent city procedure for chamber personal benefits. Attempted to bypass the director and bypass city process to secure chamber involvement in such events as the State of the City address, the Cinco de Mayo Day, and trunk or treats. I've never attended the State of the City address or the Cinco de Mayo Day parade before I became city council. I started attending those events because this is my responsibility as a council person to be there for my constituents. I had no desire to attend these events. So why would I ask for preferential treatment? Again, if you have facts for this, please forward them to me. I will own everything that comes out of my mouth. I will own it. Now, granted, I probably should have said it, or should have said it a different way, but one thing that I am not is a liar. I will own everything that I say. The trunk or treat. Council was not even getting booths at the community events until I became council. One of the things that I started when I became council, I asked for a booth at all community events so that I can put myself out in the community in front of my constituents and they can talk to me. What the staff was doing from this department was placing my booth in some of the least desirable places at these events, and then would not even put up my banner. So I stood in a park at Raleigh Park and gave away candy for 3 hours, and no one ever knew who I was. Not to mention my booth was placed all the way in the back of the park in the dark. A Christmas parade. I run 4 nonprofits, 1 for-profit. I have 5 grandkids, and 2 sons. I don't have time for a parade. I was a volunteer for the Rose Parade for 5 years. That is a lot of work. And I have never asked the city to financially support a Christmas parade. That's a lie. I use my position to try to influence event arrangements for the chamber. Again, please show proof. Please show proof. Whoever has the responsibility of getting in touch with this investigator, who, by the way, when I did the investigation, half of these allegations was never discussed when he talked to me. When he interviewed me, half of the allegations I had heard for the first time when it was read out of closed session. I created a hostile and stressful work environment for staff. Again, it's all subjective to interpretation, and I have no responsibility on how a person feels based on my personality, because I am very confident in who I am. Are you suggesting that I dim my light and minimize who I am so staff can shine brighter and feel bigger? I can't do that. I am the person that God made me, and I am going to walk in who I am. As an elected official, my obligation is to question, advocate, and challenge when necessary. That duty does not stop because it makes people feel uncomfortable. After reading this report and being subjected to this foolishness since January, I am exhausted. At the end of the day, what this is really all about is creating a perfect slander campaign that will start January 26th when the mayor's race is up, because I announced that I was running for mayor. If you Google me prior to all of this, you find nothing on me. The only thing that'll pop up is these allegations That started in January, once I made the announcement that I was running for mayor. This attempt to frame oversight as harassment is an attack on not just me, but the independence of any council member who dare to challenge the status quo. In conclusion, this investigation lacked hard, concrete evidence, verifiable proof, and relies heavily on subjective impressions, making this a classic he said, she said situation, repackaged legitimate council oversight and advocacy as misconduct and an official record that does not deserve credibility. Not to mention, it relies heavily on subjective interpretations, interpretation, and selective witness credibility. This is purely a political move rather than a public interest. I believe our residents, I know our residents deserve better than this. They deserve unity, transparency, and a solution, not political vibe that harms our city. This is a total waste of taxpayer dollars and time and should have been used for other things. Before I end, we have a city manager that has never tried to mitigate this matter. The city manager has not spoken to me, which, by the way, remember, he's the only one that's supposed to be in contact, or I'm supposed to be able to communicate. He hasn't said 2 words to me since January. Since January. Hasn't tried to defuse this situation, hasn't tried to calm the waters, hasn't tried to bridge any unity, none of that. And not only has he not said anything to me, staff has not said anything to me. I talked to 2 people at this city since January. So I'm saying all of this so you guys can have a better understanding as to what I've been dealing with and what I've been going through. And because I don't swing back on Facebook like I could, because I don't carry that when I'm up here on council, because I can separate this from what's really going on. I can separate this from what I'm elected to do. So before you judge me on this, these allegations, stick a pin in it. Make sure that you remember come January, when the election season starts, you're going to get mail stating Councilwoman Love was censored, Councilwoman Love was investigated, Councilwoman Love was found guilty. But again, I ask, where's the proof? That ends my comment.
Okay. Next up, Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And like everybody, I'm tired of this, but I kind of wanted to clarify some things that were stated before. Receiving the agenda at 5 p.m. on Friday before our Tuesday council meeting. If you look at all those pictures on the wall, that's been protocol since we've had a council in the city of Gardena since 1930. When we get our packet the Friday before the Tuesday meeting, it's and everybody's got a different process, but it's incumbent upon those that want to represent the community to execute their homework and their due diligence regarding the agenda that we receive. City Hall closes at 4:30, 5 o'clock on a Friday, somewhere in there. So if you have questions can then be held over to the city manager later, the following week, and different things like that. We also have tools inside of our SharePoint as council folks that actually has a forecast plan of some of the agenda items that are coming up in the following meetings. So if there's something that is a red flag or you have some interest, you can actually then ping the city manager ahead of time, even before the full agenda comes out, to ask questions. I do that every week. As far as pushback and I'm probably, I won't say probably, but I challenge our staff a lot through the city manager. He can tell you about the emails and the questions that I provide or ask, and some things I may believe I know the answer to, but I want clarification. And Mr. City Manager, you don't have to admit it, but you probably get a lot of emails from me just on various issues. I also want to clarify another item in regards to folks not speaking to Councilmember Love. Once we got the memo that we had to really control our communications with all city employees, city manager is an employee of the city, like we're all employees of the city, there was a vehicle allowed for Councilwoman Love to speak to Madam City Attorney. And she's probably the only one that can kind of speak to the city attorney directly on various issues if there's questions. So I want to clarify that. What else did I want to clarify? Challenge the status quo. When we all decide to run to be on council, we all had some different ideas, different visions that we wanted to see come to life in the city. We get elected to actually understand and work the levers of government to make these visions come through. I've been on the council now probably, 10 years, 12 years or whatever and everything. And not all of my initiatives have come through when I first got on in 2015, but you have to understand that you need to collaborate with your colleagues to further your vision. Is it about liking everybody? Not at all. I don't like all our employees, but I realize we all have a job to do to actually execute our vision, our community's vision, what we got sent here to do to make sure it comes to fruition. And we've all had a lot of accomplishments, and we've all supported various issues for one another. So I just want to clarify that so folks don't think that it's something different happening for one council person that's not affecting all the others. We all have the same opportunity to get the same things done and communicate the same way. If there's an issue with our protocol or our behavior that gets addressed, that's why we have harassment training. That's why we have ethics training. That's why we have the leadership and the management training. But if there's a question about something, that avenue has always been made available for anybody up here on this dais. You can ask termed out council folks, council emeritus, you can name it. They've been able to get things done, and we've always had the vehicle to do so, and nobody's curtailed that or stopped us from doing that. So I just wanted to clarify that, Madam Mayor. That's all I had to say.
Okay, Councilmember Love?
I just have one statement to make after that. There is a huge difference between the respect that the city staff has for me and the respect that the city has. Let me rephrase that. The respect that the city staff has for Councilmember Henderson and the disrespect that they have for me. You can go back and watch the videos. It's obvious. So, and as far as the agenda, that's the minimum requirement, is that the agenda be posted 72 hours prior to the council meeting. 72 is the minimum. God forbid we have a weekend where this department is hosting 5,000 events and we should attend. You have even less time to do your due diligence. And I'm gonna give you an example, and then I'm not gonna say anything else. I can publicly state that I regret voting to have the Chase Bank building torn down. Because when that item came before us at council to demo that building, there's some other reasons that that building was tagged to be demoed. But had I had enough time to do my research, I later found out that that building was designed by the same architect who designed the Forum. The Forum is a structure that's still standing solid. That Chase Bank building was built out of cement, and I believe, despite what staff may say, that that building was a solid structure that could have just been rehabbed. But I didn't have the time to do the research, to learn. I learned that after I made the decision and the building was torn down. So, well, let me say, I made that decision. I found that out after I had made the decision. But I don't think if I would have voted against it, it would have made any difference. But my point is this: 72 hours to review, sometimes 1,500 pages, and then get here and make a rational decision on some of the things that are major. So yeah, they have things that may come to council, but it doesn't always come to council. So I just wanted to bring up, and there's so many other points that I can bring up, but I'm gonna end it on that, and then I'll take it up later.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to respond to the Chase building. When I first got on council, one of the items I wanted to do was start a Gardena Historical Society. With that property being kind of our lead-off thing, it was built by the Jack Kent Cook that created the Forum. The architect created the former, used to be Great Western Bank or whatever the bank used to be. The other bank is in West Covina. So again, I did my due diligence on that. That property, we were hoping to save the columns, but there were fissures in that cement that made it unsafe for those columns. So we had to make the decision to demolish and raise the entire property. It wasn't because it could have been saved. Structural engineers looked at that over time. I wanted to keep that, and it was stated to us that with all the fissures in this cement columns due to lack of maintenance from the prior property owner, it's safer to raise this building. This was discussed a few times in different sessions we had. Again, sometimes I do agree, we get packaged that 1,500 sheets, and it's a lot. And again, it's up to each council person to have their own process, but on those weekends when we have the 50,000 events, I do believe we have a lot, but as has been stated from one of our commissioners, it's great, it brings our community together, but that's part of the job when you decide to be a public servant and serve the community. You're sacrificing your time, your family time to serve the 61,000 residents that are in this community. And I think we all knew that when we decided to get into these roles. So there are times where you're up late at night going through these packets and having questions and taking notes. And it's incumbent upon you, for those that elected you to sit on the dais, to bring that forward to the city manager, bring to staff, is, hey, I don't understand this doesn't make sense. For me, it's a little different because I've worked in municipal government for quite some time, so I understand how government works. So when someone says, well, I don't think we can do that, I kind of know better and I kind of push back. But I do it respectfully because, again, at the end of the day, we're trying to come up with a product or a vision that's going to serve all. So it's not about always being combative. It's about finding a way to get to yes to what we want to do. And again, it's things that you learn through professional development and experience and everything. And because we're all kind of seasoned up here as far as chronological age, we kind of understand how we can, you get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. And if you want to get something accomplished, even if it's through somebody or collaborate with somebody that you don't particularly care for, you have to start with the end in mind and understand what the goal is and figure out where you need to check your ego in the process to get the thing done for the 61,000 folks that we represent. And that's all I want to say, Madam Mayor. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Just the last comment that I just want to make is, I think going back to the initial root of the problem here is that these were employees that felt harassed. They didn't come to us. They went to HR. And like I said, any and everybody out here who works, if you feel that you're not being treated right, if you feel that people are talking about you on your job that's going to make it hard for you to do your job, there is a process. And like our city manager said, this is not just something we made up, this is a law. So these employees went to HR. HR then determined that this had to be an investigation. We had no knowledge of this here. The investigation happened, we hear the findings, and as the council hears the findings, then we decide as a group that, you know what, this is an acceptable behavior. The reason that we're even talking about a censure is to make sure that the community, as well as our employees, know that we don't condone this. This isn't fair. All these people want to do is do their job and give good service in our community. Oftentimes, I relate to the city manager certain things that maybe I'd like to see or something, but I don't go to the directors and talk to them. Other than passing by, hey, how's it going? How's your family? Whatever. We keep it at that. Our job is not to discuss different things with them at all. And so when employees feel like they can't do their job, by law, this is the process that they have to do. Now, as a result of this, because these findings were found to be true, we've spent, as of yet, about $40,000. This is your taxpayers' money. Every time you pay your property taxes, every time the sales tax that you have that goes to the city, we just had to spend $40,000 on something as frivolous as this here, okay? Now, these same employees here, where this has been found to be true, if they decide to sue us, I don't know, let's just say $1 million each, okay? That is coming out of your taxpayers' money. Is that really the way the money should be spent in our city? I could think of 1,000 other ways that money could be spent. Our senior center, where the old Chase building is at, it's numerous things around here that could be spent on instead of stuff like this here. It's not that hard for people just to be courteous here. In my 25 years of being involved with this city here, I have never seen a situation like this happen, where employees, and these are just the employees that apparently have made comments. There are other things that have been circulated around. Okay, I'm sorry, the employees that have gone to HR. But there's other things I've heard. I do know for a fact that Councilmember Love did want the city of Gardena to pay money for a state of the city. She told me that many years ago, but I'm not going to go in a back and forth. The things that Councilmember Love is saying, she's lying. And as you guys can see from the whole unraveling over here that she was going through here, I think it's pretty evident here. Understandably, she's obsessed with me. She can't help but putting my name in social media and throwing my name in it. There is an election coming up in June of 2026, okay? I'm going to run for my third and final time. This isn't the first time I've run. I've had 6 or 7 elections. I've had 7, 8 people run against me. It's going to be like any other thing, okay? I think everybody here, they write their own script. You can tell based on our own personas, the way we address people, how we are, okay? So this is her own embarrassment for what she's doing, and she's being called out on it. And again, it's unfortunate that we've gotten to this point. So the thing that's being stated tonight is 3 training sessions and for her discretionary money to be removed from her. Later on tonight, I will make a directive that that money be redistributed to the remaining council members so that those those organizations that would still like money, please still reach out to the city so that we can give it to you, okay? That's what I'm going to make a directive for later on tonight. So this is what we're discussing, because this is really unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. We've spent this much time talking about something, behavior, insulting people, making them feel harassed. This isn't right. And if this were happening to any person on their job, you would feel really bad. And so, again, we as a council, we're leaders here. We run the government of the city here, 61,000 residents. We shouldn't act like this is high school. This is government. We have standards. We talked about that in the beginning of the meeting. We're upheld to a higher calling here as far as what we're doing, leadership, okay? We just are. And so I don't see where it's that hard just to do some basic, just being considerate here. I'm going to end it with that. Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to address the comment that Councilmember Love had made. Councilmember Love, I have nothing against you. I really don't. But, when there were 3 or 4 instances, and I really don't want to talk about this in front of everybody, but there's 3 or 4 instances where I would say hi to you and attempt to talk to you, and I was with people, and you would just blatantly just ignore me. How can I even just begin to speak with you again? And so, and I want everybody to know that, I take this job very seriously, okay? And so I know that I'm competent in what I'm doing, okay? I'm qualified. Councilmember Rodney Tanaka had asked me to bring forth my qualifications, my accomplishments and whatnot, and I will do so in a timely manner. But when there's some posts on social media saying that I'm incompetent, that I get paid too much for this, and I get this and I get that, it just wears you down. It really wears you down, and I don't like doing that. I'd like to retire from the city of Gardena. I love the city. But there is a chance that I may be looking for another job at a different city. And guess what? My potential employers are looking at this, look at these videos, and if it's not true, which I'm telling you it's not, then it's damaging to my character. It's damaging to my profession. I did my time. I went to school. I went all the way. I've been in the public sector for over 25 years, private sector as well. So I don't think I deserve this kind of treatment. So I just want to bring it out there, please.
Okay.
I need you to understand, as my bosses, I respect every single one of you. But I need you to respect me. I need you to respect my position. I need you to respect my job. You may not like me, but I'd like you to respect my position, please.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
Councilmember Love? No, it's an order here. It said so.
Oh my God. I said I wasn't going to do this. I really did, but I have to, because again, look back at the videos. What I question is during the council meetings, when every agenda item comes up and there's questions, you know who answers those questions? Our city attorney. Tonight, when Councilwoman Francis first started off her line of questions, he fumbled papers and looked around and then called the legal counsel up. Is this, as the city manager, he should know all of the details of this case.
Here we go again.
It's been made public. and
Councilmember Love, I'm going to remind you that the item before you guys is the central resolution regarding the subject matter. It would be inappropriate for you guys to get into a discussion on any personnel matters regarding the city manager.
Okay, so I will just say this based on what the city manager stated.
Guys, no yelling out from
is
the audience.
I'm beating a dead horse here. The three colleagues in the center are going to do what they're going to do, regardless of what I say. So for the sake of time, I'm going to end this, but just understand that there is so much more than the proper etiquette that they display on the second and fourth Tuesday, and it's all politically motivated.
Okay, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize for not saying this earlier. I didn't think that we needed to be reminded, but at every city council meeting, we read a statement called Standards of Behavior that Promote Civility at All Public Meetings. It says, treat everyone courteously, listen to others respectfully, exercise self-control, give open-minded consideration to all viewpoints, focus on the issues and avoid personalizing debate, and embrace respectful disagreement and dissent as democratic rights, inherent components of an inclusive public process, and tools for forging sound decisions. And as we go forward, from this day forward, it's my sincere hope that we really take this to heart as not something that we read or something that we say, but something that we really do mean and we really do take seriously. And that's going to end my comment. And if there's any way we can move forward, I would entertain this. We got to get on. We got to get on
Absolutely.
with it. We got to move on. We've spent a good 45 minutes, valuable time, and so we need to do whatever is you folks plan to do and wherever it is. Let's get on with it and be done with it so we can move forward. If you don't, I apologize if I'm speaking out of turn.
Okay.
But enough of this. Let's move on because we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
Absolutely. Okay, so at this time, is there a motion to adopt resolution number 6709?
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody do we have any comments that were emailed in from the public?
Yes, we had two. One came in before the deadline and one after the deadline. And that has been entered into the record and copies distributed to the council this evening and also made available to the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, is there a motion to adopt resolution number 6709? Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you will you initiate the vote? Councilmember Francis, are you going to vote? Okay. Madam City Clerk, will you end the vote, please?
Resolution, excuse me? It's not working. Okay. We have, the motion has passed with 3 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, and 2 nays, Francis and Love.
Okay, thank you. So next, we're going to go back to where we left off in our agenda, which was the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar?
No, we do not.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments on any of the items on the consent?
I do, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Francis?
item 9I, item 9J, and item 9K.
J, and K. Okay. If that's all, then can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items number 9I, 9J, and 9K? Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you initiate the vote?
How do I vote here? Wait a minute, how did?
Just put yay, nay, or abstain.
Yeah, okay.
You still need to vote. Okay. I still need you to vote. Okay. Hit it again? Okay, Councilman Love, are you going to vote?
Yes, she did.
It's not showing on here. Are you showing on here? Okay, let's go ahead and end the vote.
It's not showing up.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, motion is passed with 4 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and 1 recusing or abstaining, Love.
Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 9I, Councilmember Francis, you had a question?
Yes, I do. In terms of the agreement for the elderly nutrition program, as a part of that agreement, is there a set number of folks that will be served or be able to participate? Because sometimes the agreement doesn't, is there like contingency if we're going to serve X number of people, and if, say, we're going to serve 100 people, and we end up with 150, is there a part in there where everybody's going to be served regardless of the number of meals that?
Regardless of the number of people that are the demand, we have to serve them.
You have to serve them.
24, 25, we provided 37,000 and change meals. We delivered about 141 clients.
Mm-hmm.
So as the demand increases, the amounts increase as well.
And just one more question. Is there a performance evaluation that's a part of the agreement, say you will, and something that allows the people being served to say, you know, this is great, it's not great, because I've heard some interesting things about these programs, and
so
I wonder if there's a way they can voice their opinion and impact, and how's all that going to work?
Sure. Our staff reviews that. As you may recall, a few years ago, there was a question about the taste of the food.
Yes,
so
I
that
do.
was
That's
that
why I'm
was
asking
voiced
the question.
out. And so we investigated that, and we changed some things, make the foods a little bit better, taste a little bit better. So that's one of the metrics that we use. Is are the meals nutritious? Number one, are they tasty?
And is there something for cultural taste as well?
I don't believe so.
No.
I think it's a set meals by the provider, and then based on the nutritional needs. It's largely based on the nutritional needs.
And anything that sets limit on dietary restrictions?
Yes, yes.
So is that built in? So a person says, you know, I need
Yeah,
salt or-
obviously, you know, allergies and whatnot are taken into consideration and whatnot.
All righty. So is this a new agreement, or we're just renewing the
annual.
agreement? Annual?
It's an annual thing.
All right. Thank you so much for your response.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, if not, can I get a motion to approve item number 9I? Is there a second? Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you initiate the vote? Okay, we can end the vote.
Madam Mayor, the motion is passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item number 9J. Councilmember Francis, you had a question on that one?
As in terms of supportive services, what are we talking about here, supportive services?
So mainly making sure that the folks that need supportive services are given the support, medical appointments, grocery shoppings, getting to and from appointments, those kind of things.
And is there, again, my question again is there some evaluation piece that's built into, you know, 'cause, you know, folks do agreements, but we don't always check to see whether or not it's successful, it's doing what we said we agreed to, And I don't know if I saw it. Is it built in somewhere that maybe I didn't read carefully enough?
It's a matter of staff reaching out to the clients and asking them, are your needs being served?
But is it, I guess I'm asking, is it required? I mean, we have staff, some staff who really go beyond the call of duty. But I guess my concern is that it might, unless it's written somewhere or it's part of the process, it might not happen, or unless somebody calls in a complaint. That was just, is there a performance or evaluation type piece to this agreement?
We do, as a city, we do. I'm not sure if LA County actually requires that. We'd have to look into it. I have to look into the agreement and
No, all right then.
let you know if there's anything that LA County requires.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Love, you had a question, or did you pull back? Okay. If there are no other questions here, can I get a motion to approve item number 9J?
So move.
Is it, oh, no, just hit the
okay.
button.
Push the button. Sorry, I forget.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and then a second by Councilmember Francis. Will you call the roll, please?
It didn't pop up.
I got you on here. I showed you seconded. I can see it on this end.
Okay.
We can initiate the vote.
Okay.
Okay, we can end the vote.
Madam Mayor, the motion is passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item number 9K.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Okay.
you.
Now, so paratransit service agreement with State of Hawthorne. Now that we have the boat vans, they're really cute, by the way. They're really nice. Do we really need this agreement with the State of Hawthorne? This is
Bolt.
So is this them? They're using our service, or which way is
So
this
if you
going?
recall, a few meetings ago, we had an agreement before you with LA
Right.
County. That agreement we passed. This is for the Hawthorne side. So we partner with Hawthorne as well. This is agreements for 2 years, $330,000 a year. So this is a 2-year agreement to $660 for the 2 years.
And so we're buying services for Hawthorne citizens with our
Bolt.
vehicles, with
Yes.
our boat vehicles. Okay, and is there a, again, in terms, I'm sure there is somewhere, I probably just didn't see it, that counts the number, what is, all of this is just about the data with me, and what does the data say, whether it's successful, unsuccessful, do we need to fix this, change that? And how I guess, overall, my question is, how do we collect the data? Is there a process to collect data? Is it built into the agreement?
So we have surveys. So if you recall, when we launched Bolt, coming from the paratransit before, and then we had a small, short stint with, what was the name of that?
I don't know.
It was before Bolt. Flexi. That never really took on, and it was failed right away. Residents came out, the users came out and said, we want this, and that. We don't
Right.
like this, and that. So those are some of the things that we learn from our clients. And Director Crespo, I don't know if there's anything else as far as metrics, data collection.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So every month, we provide Hawthorne data on all their riderships, because we bill them back on the amount of riders that they have. We've had this standing agreement with them. They're a big, huge partner. Just to give you a perspective, Gardena, we serve about 5,800 customers or residents or users of the service. Hawthorne is about 4,000. And then LA County is about 500. So this 330 is a significant portion of the funds that help support the service that is used for all entities.
All righty. And I guess the reason for all these questions is that I guess the data wouldn't be in this part of the agreement, but is there some place where we could put the data, say, well, we want to continue this agreement because we've serviced, and that's, so I would know from my own information here, say, this is the summary, we should do this, not so much in terms of the dollars that are spent, but the people that are being served and what happened. I was just wondering if there's some place in there that I could receive the information, or just does that make sense? Am I making sense? Okay, so if I have, for example, if I had a car service and my agreement was with you, we agree that I will provide 10 rides to 10 people. Is that in here anywhere? I mean, I'm sorry, it's just so simplistic.
That's okay.
But
So our agreement with them is on a per ride basis, right? So their budget is, let's just say, $330,000 a year, and that's projected on the amount of rides we've coordinated and we've believe we're going to serve. If they have to take this agreement to their city council as well,
Yeah.
right? Same thing with LA County; it has to go to the LA County supervisors. So we have data that Hawthorne can audit our data because that's part of the agreement. We're kind of a partner in this agreement. So we have metrics on the amount of people who ride the service by city, and that's also how we establish how much more service we need to put out there.
But it wouldn't be found in the agreement. We wouldn't agree to, say, $300,000, just in terms, the agreements, we're going to spend X number of dollars, provide the service, but not so much the numbers, I guess.
That's correct. So Hawthorne is not requiring us to say, hey, how many rides are you going to give us, right? They're allocating a certain amount of money for us to be able to bill them on up to that amount.
So, but, okay, I guess my concern is how do we know it's working and that our dollars is being well spent, for instance, like, the rides costing $15 a person or $10 a person, and we did 300 people, so, that number, so the money, so everything maps out. 'Cause
Right.
With this agreement, I was just wondering, that's all. Perhaps this for another time. I don't want to spend a lot of time with it, but perhaps somewhere along the line, we'll get some information that shows our success and what we're doing. I'm sure it's out there. I just was interested in taking a look at it, that's all. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, can I get a motion to adopt item number 9K? Is there a second? Madam Clerk, there was a motion made by Councilmember Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please? Councilmember Francis, can you vote? That's okay. Okay, we get in the vote.
Motion has passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. In regards to our Planning and Environmental Quality Commission action sheet, the meeting for August the 5th, 2025 was canceled. So at this time, we're going to move on to oral communications. We have 3 speakers here tonight. Our first one is Bernadette Suarez, then we have Andrea Simmental, and then Paul Randall. I want to remind everybody, you do have 3 minutes to speak, and go from there. I'm sorry, Council Member from Lawndale, Bernadette Suarez.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Bernadette Suarez, Chair of the South Bay City's Council of Government and council member for the City of Lawndale. I'm here tonight to thank you for your city's participation in the COG. Your membership allows us to work together on challenges no single city can solve alone: transportation, housing, homelessness, sustainability, technology, economic development, and more. We greatly value the time and expertise your elected and staff representatives bring to our board and committees. I know regional collaboration makes each of our cities stronger. Through your membership, we offer resources and programs that directly benefit your city residents and businesses, including transportation planning and funding through Measure R and Measure M programs and the local travel network, energy efficiency and environmental initiatives to save money and meet sustainability goals, housing and homelessness coordination to support cities in meeting state housing targets and developing prevention strategies, data and research to guide local decision-making, technology, the South Bay Fiber Network, of which your city is a part of, advocacy supporting local control and South Bay initiatives. In the city of Gardena, the COG is regarding homeless services. We're funding the city's homeless prevention coordinator and the housing navigator coordinator positions, funding the housing focused case management program, client aid, time limited subsidy, and housing locator to service this area. These are a variety of programs to help individuals and families secure and maintain stable, permanent housing through care coordination, resource connection, job resources, housing navigation, and more. Regarding energy efficiency and sustainability, supporting energy resilience action planning by surveying residents on potential services and site accessibility of resilience hubs, tracking greenhouse gas emissions and recognizing your climate action efforts in our annual awards program. Gardena has been the first city to reach gold level for the past 2 years. Working with Gardena staff, implementing commercial energy efficiency program, going door to door going door to door to hard to reach and low income, low access business to offer services paid completely by LA County. This program will cover up to 25 businesses and is projected to bring $450,000 in investments to those businesses for items such as new water heaters, new lighting, and more. You should also know that this program started in Gardena and is now in only one other city in LA County. Regarding transportation, funding over $47.5 million for 10 active and completed projects through Measure R and Measure M sub-regional programs. This year, we also launched a local allocation program to distribute a portion of our Measure M funds directly to cities. Gardena will have access to about $300,000 to $450,000 annually for local transportation projects to improve mobility access across the region. And I know my time is up, so I want to thank you again for your membership and your commitment to working together for the South Bay's future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have, I think I said Andrea Simmental, but it looks like she's gone. So next, we have Paul Randall.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, and residents. Paul Randall. You guys know who I'm. I'd like to give you a status report for the mid of 2025 for Mama Rosa's. We had 1,073 outstanding volunteers for a total of 3,988 hours. You guys know we're open, rain or shine. Total clients served, 3,049. Total amount of products served to the client that period of time was 276,000 pounds of food. Each client received on this distribution 90 pounds of food, approximately each distribution. Total family members served was 11,734. That would be 23.5 pounds per person. 24% of our product is brought by our 17-foot box truck. 67,000 pounds was obtained. July 5th, distribution was closed in observance of 4th of July. Distribution on July 19th, we provided our clients with a survey. I'd like to remind everybody that there's no requirements for our clients to obtain food. Food is provided for free. We had 341 clients. Total family members served was 1,118. Total product served that day was 35,000 pounds of food. We had 82 clients, or 24%, participate in the survey. Please see the second attachment. We've ranked them from 1 to 5. 5 being that they strongly agreed. So I'm going to take the low and high numbers. Question number 4. There were enough options representing my culture and my religion. We received a 4.4 score on that. That was the low. Question number 14. I would feel comfortable coming back. We received a score of 4.8. I believe this shows the numerous clients will continue to rely on our food pantry. We are meeting the needs of the community. Thank you, guys. I do have a little bit of time. I want to sit back and say, personally, not as Mama Rosa's, but as Paul Randall, that was a fantastic car show. Staff did a fantastic job. I'll be back next year.
Thank you. Okay. I was thinking maybe we might take a 2-minute break for everybody to stand up and stretch, and then we'll come right back and restart the meeting. Okay, so, Madam, or actually, let's make it 3 minutes. Put a 3-minute timer on, and then we'll restart the meeting. 3 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. We'll do a 5-minute one. 5 minutes, and then we'll come right back. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember, 5 minutes. Oh, my God. You got 5 minutes. Run. That one or that one right there? Or go the other one right down the hall, a little further down? Well, we're just taking a quick couple minute break. That's all. Okay, all right.
Councilwoman Francis is indisposed. She'll be back in a second.
Okay. If everyone can kind of start making their way back here to their seats. Give her a second, though. We should have did cake now, while everybody's still here, no? Okay, yeah. I got an early morning, so I got a long day tomorrow, too. Come on. Okay, everybody, our 5 minutes is up. If everybody can start taking their seats. I hear you. That's okay. All we can do is what we do. Oh, good. I told you it was gonna. I told you it was gonna be fine. I told you it was gonna be good. Say it again.
They got some candy over there somewhere. City clerk.
Okay, we're ready to get our meeting started back again. Make sure we're all green. Okay. All right, we are ready to begin, restart our city council meeting for August the 12th. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Serta?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Here.
Councilmember Francis? Councilmember Love?
Here.
All members are present.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on now to departmental items. We're going to begin with item number 13A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 13A. It's approval of blanket purchase orders for fiscal year 25-26. Blanket purchase orders authorize the city to buy goods or services with predetermined terms or conditions. These vendors either have individual agreements, are piggybacking on government agency contracts, sole source vendors, or provide vital and timely goods or services. Their product availability and cost competitiveness provides assurance that the city is receiving favorable pricing and the vendor has ample supply of goods. The blanket purchase order is limited by dollar amount as approved by the City Council and authorizes the purchasing officer to issue releases for goods or services until the dollar amount of the blanket purchase order is reached. These amounts being requested are included and within the amended budget for fiscal year 25-26. Staff is also requesting a 15% contingency to account for any unforeseen expenditures that may arise. Such expenditures would not be allowed unless agreed upon and approved in advance by city management. All estimated amounts are included and within the amended budget for fiscal year 25-26. What's required tonight is approve the blanket purchase orders for fiscal year 25-26.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions? I see one, Councilman Francis. Oh, Councilman Francis, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. City Manager, I thought that somewhere along the line, we allowed you to execute agreements at least up to 50,000. That's not part of this? You remember that you could just, without bringing it back to City Council?
So that's a good good point, because anything under 50,000, I have the authority to make purchase.
Mhm.
So you notice each and every one of these are over 50,000.
All right.
Now these blanket purchase orders are something that as I read, something that we normally procure every year. The purpose is to streamline the purchasing process, make sure that we don't bring forth to you undue number of agenda items, so that we can just streamline it. They're done on an annual basis. Yeah, this is above and beyond my authority.
Okay.
Over the 50,000.
It confused me a bit, because usually when I hear blanket purchase, you can just go.
Oh no!
buy
So all
whatever
of these,
whatever you want. There's no
no.
particular
All
limit.
of these amounts are predetermined. You've already approved that in the budget process.
Okay.
All we're doing now is buying the goods and services that you've approved using these vendors under the predetermined amount that you've approved.
Okay, and all these vendors, we did some comparison shopping to make sure that we've gotten the best bids.
Yes, almost all of them we've used before. Some of them we're using the first time. They're just, competitive bidding. So we do this annually just to
Yes.
streamline the purchasing process.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, can I get a motion, excuse me, to approve the blanket purchase order for fiscal year 2025 through 2026? Wait a minute, hold on a second. I need everybody to clear for a second, real quick, because I think everybody hit it too quick. Give me one sec, let's read. Okay, if I can get let's start again. If I can get a motion and a second, you can hit it now. Go ahead and hit it now. Doesn't matter, just the machine will figure it out. Go ahead, and whoever's going to second. Anybody can second. Madam City Clerk, a motion, go ahead. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you initiate the vote? Okay, we can end the vote.
Madam Mayor, motion has passed with 4 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and 1 nay, Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item number 17A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17A is the award construction contract for the Nakaoka Community Center electrical system and Civic Center outdoor lighting upgrades, project number, job number 528 to Waisman Construction, Inc., in the amount of $1,387,000, and approve the project plans and specifications, budget appropriations, project contingency, and declare California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA exemption. The Nakaoka Community Center encompasses approximately 17,137 square feet of building space, including classrooms, offices, and kitchen, and an auditorium. The building's electrical system is currently at full capacity, has experienced overloads, and cannot support the additional loads needed for planned outdoor lighting improvements. To address these deficiencies, the city hired David Volz Design Landscape Architects, Inc. to provide professional design services for the Nakaoka Community Center electrical system and Civic Center outdoor lighting upgrades. The electrical system upgrade portion of the project includes installing a new electrical service, adding an optional standby generator to back up the entire system, installing new panels and a transformer to accommodate future building expansion, replacing the water heater, and adding outlets throughout the building. The Civic Center outdoor lighting upgrade portion includes installing a new uplighting for existing trees, adding outdoor electrical outlets throughout the lawn area, enhancing security walkway lighting, adding color-changing lighting for existing signage, and installing new parking lot lighting. In May of 2025, the design was completed and Public Works finalized the plans and specifications, then published a bid request in CR Planwell, Gardena Valley News, and the city's website. A total of 5 bids were received on July 31st, 2025. The lowest responsive bidder, Waisman Construction, Inc., is a state licensed contractor with proven experience in this field and will be required to meet all bonding and financial standards. The construction duration is 60 working days. However, the start may be delayed due to long lead material items. Staff recommends that City Council approve the award of the construction contract for the Nakaoka Community Center electrical system and Civic Center outdoor lighting upgrade project, job number 528 to Waisman Construction, Inc., in the amount of $1,387,000, and additionally approve the project plans and specifications, approve a budget appropriation of $787,754 from deferred maintenance funds to supplement the existing budget and allocate 25% of the construction award amount, which is $350,000, as a project contingency, considering the building's age and potential unforeseen conditions. Approve construction support services with David Volz Design Landscape Architects in the amount of $20,000, and declare this project to be categorically exempt under CEQA Class 1, Section 15301 as a rehabilitation of existing facilities. Source of funds, 25-26 CIP deferred maintenance funds, $236,246. 25-26 CIP development impact funds, or DIF, or DIF fees, $811,000. And then a budget appropriation from deferred maintenance fund for $787,754. Total is $1,835,000. What's required is approved construction contract, approved project plans and specifications, approved budget appropriation and contingency, approve construction support services, and declare CEQA exemption.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay. If not, okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Got a question for the Public Works Director in regards to, did we speak to their references, the City of LA, as far as the projects that they had completed in Santa Paula? And what was their, because low bid always concerns me sometimes.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Yes, we did do a reference check on the references provided by the contractor. So we did reach out to 4 different references that they provided over to us with the questions as to the projects that they provided over to us, completion of projects within budget, within the number of working days, those type of questions.
And they completed those projects on time.
That is correct. There was one situation where a project was a little bit delayed, but that was because additional work was added to the project by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one quick question. In terms of the projects that you looked at, how do I put this? How are they, was there something innovative, something special, or just plain old run-of-the-mill type projects that made you want to look at them, or it's just in terms of bids or how much they cost? I mean, were they done spectacular, or, you know what I'm trying to get at?
Yes.
I mean, was there quality as
Yes,
opposed to?
that's definitely one of the questions that we do ask, the quality of the work that was done. And the feedback was positive on the quality of the work. And as to the type of the projects, there were similar projects as well. There were both electrical upgrade projects.
And if there was a concern, did you have any questions about how they addressed concerns? If we had any concerns, that the other projects had concerns, how did they respond to them, or was it positive as well?
A typical question I ask is how they work with the community as well as how they work with city staff. And I received positive feedback on both of those questions.
All right, thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, then can I get a motion to approve the construction contract with Waysman Construction Incorporated in the amount of $1,387,000. Also approve the project plans and specifications. Also approve budget appropriation and project contingency, as well as declare CEQA exemption. Okay, Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll? Okay, we can end the vote.
Motion has passed. We have 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay. Next up is item number 17B. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17B is introduction of ordinance number 1885, amending chapter 10.32 special speed zones of the Gardena Municipal Code and declare California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA exemption. The city contracted with AGA Engineers, Inc. to conduct an engineering and traffic survey. The purpose of the survey is to update the speed limits at various segments throughout the city of Gardena. In California, cities and counties must comply with California Vehicle Code or CVC sections 22357 and 22358 to establish speed limits within their jurisdictions. Roadways within business and residential districts have a statutory speed limit of 25 miles per hour, while alleys and blind intersections are limited to 15 miles per hour. These statutory limits are established by state law. As such, they are not typically included in the study. Intermediate speed limits between 15 and 65 miles per hour may be established by local authorities based on the results of an engineering and traffic survey. This engineering speed study was conducted per CVC Section 627 and includes documentation of existing roadway conditions, radar spot speed surveys, and mid-block collision analysis. A total of 63 roadway segments throughout the city were surveyed. The collision rate for these segments was found well below the expected collision rates published by the state of California. Based on the radar speed survey, collision history, and field conditions, it is recommended that most existing posted speed limits remain unchanged. However, reductions are recommended for 7 of the 63 segments surveyed, and in the attached report for details. Engineering and traffic surveys are typically updated every 5 years, and once completed, any necessary revisions must be reflected in the Gardena Municipal Code. Accordingly, staff recommends that the City Council introduce ordinance number 1885, amending Chapter 10.32 Special Speed Zones of the Gardena Municipal Code to align with updated engineering and traffic survey findings. Additionally, declare that the adoption of this ordinance is categorically exempt under California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, Article 5, Section 15061B3, the common sense exemption. The action is largely administrative in nature and designed to improve, not degrade, environmental quality, such that there is no possibility that adopting this ordinance would adversely affect the environment in any manner that could be significant. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to open the public hearing, receive testimony from the public, allow 3 minutes for each speaker, and close the public hearing. Staff recommendation for motion: introduce ordinance number 1885 and find the action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to the common sense exemption of CEQA guidelines section 15061 B3.
Okay, is there a presentation before I open the hearing? Do you have one?
No.
No? Okay. So at this time, the hearing is now open. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item here?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay. One of the questions that I have, and I've kind of been dreading this survey to happen because I've heard in the past that usually the speed will increase, but I'm actually surprised to find out that in most cases here, it didn't change, which I thought is kind of unusual because don't they always go up every year a little, or?
Good question, Madam Mayor. It is typical, and it is why a lot of us, we do dread these surveys.
Right.
The last survey we did was 10 years ago.
Mhm.
And when it came up 3 years ago that it would expire, I had the option to extend it, which I did
Okay.
based on certain criteria. So we extended it as long as we could. I was very happy with the results. We didn't monkey around with them. We didn't do anything special. If I had to say anything, I'd say maybe it's due to better law enforcement, that people aren't speeding on the streets as much.
Okay.
Because, of course, the way that speed limits are set in that speed survey, they figure out at what speed the vehicles, 85% of the vehicles are going at or below,
Mhm.
and that directly sets what the speed limit is. So the people, based on their driving habits, indirectly or actually directly, set what the speed limit ends up being. So it has to be slower drivers, and it's a welcome result.
Okay, well, very good. On item number 62 here, it states Western Avenue to Normandy Avenue where there is a decrease. So when it's usually a decrease, is it maybe 1 mile or is it usually in increments of like 5?
5.
About 5? Okay, all right, very good. Well, thank you for being able to extend it from before so that we were able to keep the old speed limit for 10 years. And it's great to see that we don't have any increases here. So, Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a question about, there's one particular street, 147th, because we had a gentleman, a couple of folks come through and complain about people racing, speeding down from, I guess that's from Crenshaw all the way over to Van Ness. And they do go fast, but
Sure.
this is a wide street and everything, but I didn't see that on this list. Would that, number 52? Okay, I keep looking for it. No, that's number 52 is Crenshaw.
It's not on the
Okay,
list.
147, okay, on the left, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah,
From Crenshaw
147th
Boulevard.
Street.
Okay, very good.
Sorry, 147th is a local street.
Mhm.
It's established by the vehicle code as having a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. So we don't have the necessity or the ability to do a separate speed limit on that street. It's as low as it can go.
30 is low
And
as it
we've
can
studied
go?
that street a couple different times for traffic improvements. But yeah, I'm very familiar with the street.
And it says 30. So you said 25, or did I, you said it
147.
would be lower. It says speed limit 30 miles an hour. But people go faster than that. They go 40, sometimes 45.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you're correct. Crenshaw to Van Ness, we did the speed survey. It has to remain at the 30 miles an hour. It's as low as it can go.
All right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there are no other questions, if there are no other questions, we're going to go ahead and close the hearing. Excuse me, and if I can get a motion to I can get a motion to introduce ordinance number 1885 first. If I can get a motion for that, is there a second? Okay, so there was a motion by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Henderson to introduce the ordinance. There was a second by Councilmember Tanaka. So we're actually going to take a vote just to introduce the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, you're introducing the ordinance, but you also have to find the exemption if the.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. Along with introducing the ordinance, we're finding the action is exempt from California Environmental Quality Action pursuant to the common sense exemption of CEQA guidelines, section 15061B3. So let's make a I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, let's go ahead and initiate the vote.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, just for clarification, who made the second?
We got to go back. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Tanaka. I'm sorry, I didn't say it out loud. The motion was made by Councilmember Henderson and seconded by Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay.
We can go ahead and end the vote now.
Okay, motion has passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, and since the motion was initially made by Councilmember Henderson, he will be the one introducing the ordinance. Okay, next up is item number 17C. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 17C is to authorize a contract and payment to Southern California Edison for inspections and new electrical service for the Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center facilities, job number 978, in the amount of $58,256.04. The Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center project is located at 1654 West 160th Street. Construction began in February 2024 with permitting, mobilization, underground work, and grading. The building and pool structures have been completed, and the project is now in the final phases of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and various structural finishes and flat work. As construction approaches completion in the next few months, a contract and payment to Southern California Edison are required to obtain inspection services and energize the building for new power service. On December 12, 2023, Council approved allocating 10% of the construction award amount, which is $1,690,000, to be used as contingency for construction and/or consultant support services. To date, approximately 2% of this contingency has been utilized, leaving sufficient funds available to acquire services from Edison without the need for additional appropriation. Staff recommends that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to execute a contract and payment to Southern California Edison in a form approved by the City Attorney to obtain inspection services and establish new electrical service for the Gardena Community Aquatic and Senior Center project, job number 978, in the amount of $58,256.04. Financial impact fiscal year 25-26 is $58,256.04, included within the approved amended CIP budget amounts for fiscal year 25-26. Source of funds is Measure G bond proceeds. What's required tonight is an authorized contract and payment to Southern California Edison.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we don't.
Okay, does any member of the council have any questions or comments? If not, can I get a motion to approve? A motion to authorize the contract and payment to Southern California Edison. Okay, okay, there we go. Madam City Clerk, a motion was made by Councilmember Love and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. Will you call the roll, please? Everybody, okay. We can go ahead and end the vote.
Motion has passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item number 18A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 18A is approval of agreement with South Bay Parkland Conservancy, or SBPC, for Gardena Willows Wetland Preserve. City of Gardena and the Gardena Friends of the Willows have identified a partnership with SBPC as a valuable opportunity to provide ongoing support for the maintenance of the Gardena Willows Wetland Preserve. Under a proposed 3-year agreement effective through August 12, 2028, with the option for 2 one-year extensions, SBPC would be granted access to the willows for restoration work, ecological monitoring, and the delivery of on-site educational programs, tours, and volunteer training. The scope of work includes site preparation, planting, ongoing maintenance, team management, fundraising, and community engagement. SBPC will collaborate closely with the city's Public Works and Recreation and Human Services departments to coordinate project activities. The SBPC is a nonprofit organization committed to fostering a biodiverse and thriving planet by connecting communities with nature and one another for the well-being of all life now and into the future. SBPC empowers communities across the southwest region of LA County through advocacy, education, and volunteer-driven stewardship efforts focused on land, water, and ecological sustainability. SBPC's work is rooted in 3 strategic pillars: habitat restoration, educational programming, and community gardens. Their current restoration sites include Hopkins Wilderness Park, Esplanade Bluffs, Hermosa Greenbelt, and Alondra Park Island. Educational initiatives involve nature walks, community presentations, and an annual Earth Day event and other outreach activities designed to deepen public engagement with the natural world. There is no financial impact. What's required tonight is to approve agreement with SBPC for Gardena Willows Wetland Preserve.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments?
Madam Mayor,
Here we go.
I do want to point out there's several members of SBPC and the Friends of Willows in attendance tonight,
Oh, okay,
in
thank you.
case there are questions.
Okay. Councilmember Francis?
I just had a quick question. This has been a long time coming. We're going like 10, 15, maybe in 20 years. Gail Doy, I think, was the first one with the first $1 million grant that took forever. So I'm real happy to see some progress being made in this project. One of the things that we had talked about at some point was creating a classroom type building, but is that included in this or it's not? So that won't be happening, or this is just general kinds of stuff? Okay. And it mentions community garden. Is there going to be a community garden planted there? No, this is just some of the things that this particular group does. So, but there will not be a community garden. Okay, that's good news. And so they're going to become making recommendations as to what the Willows needs in order to it to thrive and as well as survive, more or less.
If somebody can come forward and maybe just answer some of the questions. It could be one or both.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor
evening.
and City Council members. I'm Mary Simon with the South Bay Parkland Conservancy. I'm the Vice President.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
So good to see you. Cheryl Sherman, Vice President of Friends of Gardena Willows Wetland Preserve.
Thank you.
So you had a question about what our activities will be?
Yes, just so clear. I read what it is, but I just kind of wanted to be more specific.
Our main foci are habitat restoration, because we want to improve the ecological health of this very important watershed.
Absolutely.
And educational outreach and programming. So that may include nature walks, bringing in school groups, all sorts of community education events as well. But those are the 2 main points.
Okay, and my other question, you talked about restoring the habitat. Will that be native plants or?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure because I have heard of some places where they introduced non-native plants because they're pretty.
We at South Bay Parkland Conservancy are absolutely obsessed with the appropriate California native plants for the particular area. So what we have what we would assess at Gardena Willows Wetlands would be slightly different from the bluffs in Redondo Beach, which would be slightly different from what we would do at other restoration sites.
All righty, and in terms of, there's no staffing, because one of my other concerns is staffing for the Willows. They won't, any recommendations towards staffing or keeping it open or?
We're volunteers, and we would collaborate with the city and the Friends to bring in volunteer groups to do restoration work and educational work, but staffing, no.
All right.
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Sherman.
The real asset to this is, as you're well aware, the Friends have been trying for years to increase our volunteer base. And SBPC has a huge volunteer following. And this is going to be a real asset for us and will make a tremendous improvement to our non-native removal restoration project and the planting following that of native plants. So our propagation area will be in full force. And it's in great time that we have now a propagation area established that we can use to start all these new plants to put in to the ground.
Ms. Sherman, if I may, I just want to thank you for your commitment and dedication to this project. I know it has been years since Gail Doyle, many years ago, introduced, got that $1 million grant to kind of get things started, to kick-started. And I also appreciate the South Bay Parkland Conservatory for making a commitment to the city of Gardena for the Gardena wetlands to go forward, as I said, to thrive and flourish. So thank you, I appreciate you. Thank you too. I see you sitting over there.
I would like to also bring up our naturalist. Danielle? Danielle has been instrumental in this partnership. She has been totally involved in getting this partnership going. And she is your city employee. Danielle Marquez.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. It's an honor to work for the city and also bring these partnerships that are so needed to amplify the work that has been done and has been. I always say that I'm so grateful for the board members and for everyone who has put in so much work into the Willows. We couldn't continue the work that we do there. We couldn't amplify all of the amazing programs that we are hoping to do and that we do without the partnership. So thank you for all of your support. We hope to see you more often at the Willows. And, you know, we will always we will always hope to make special events and special memories for our community. So again, thank you very much. And we look forward to a thriving partnership and a thriving Willows for everyone.
And just one more question, if I may.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Now, I understand that there's a walking group or walking club that, could you tell me about the time and when this walking group meets?
So we do have the Senior Bureau has a senior walking club, and that meets every Thursday at 10 a.m. But anyone and everyone is welcome. So if you are not a senior, you're still invited. Sometimes folks will, families will come in and do like an opposite side, but the preserve is open on Thursdays at 10 a.m. for a little stroll.
All right, thank you so very much.
Okay, Councilmember Love.
I just want to commend again Cheryl Sherman on the years of work that you've done. I can't tell you how many times I came to council meeting. Let me rephrase that. I can tell you every time I came to council meeting for years, you would always come and talk about the willows and the butterflies and all that was going on. And I remember when the beetles were destroying it, and you have had a passion and a dedication for that piece of land for years. And I can tell that this partnership that's being created by the organization the results are going to be epic. I can see her passion. I mean, she has not stopped nodding her head since she's been since she's been at the mic. And I am really looking forward to seeing the transformation of the Willows. I've always thought that it would make a great place for the community to go to and to host all sorts of events. So I am excited. I am looking forward. And if you ever need anything from the chamber, feel free to reach out. I've donated to the Willows before, and I will support you guys as much as I can.
Danielle called me over 3 years ago through Surfrider Foundation and said, I want you to come to the Willows and do water quality testing with us. And I'd never taken my water quality testing program on the road before, but she persuaded me to do it, and I fell in love, not only with her, but with the wetlands, and have been fostering the relationship not only between them and Surfrider Foundation, but then I also brought SVPC in, and I said we can help with restoration work and fundraising and community building. And I've been pushing so hard with both of those organizations to get them away from the coast and to get into inland priority communities who really need the love and who really need to be included in this process to get communities engaged to improve our environment. And I'm just so passionate about this work, and I'm so thrilled to be here. I've been holding my breath for almost a year waiting for this, so thank you.
Absolutely. Hold on, we have another question or comment from Councilmember Tanaka.
Just a quick comment, Danielle. You totally impressed our Ichikawa delegation and our baseball players. They had a great time in our Willows, and we thank you for that.
That was such an honor. I mean, it was such a beautiful experience, and to see their faces just light up, it was just such a rush of energy. And when they came in, they were like, a surprise garden party. So it was really, really sweet. Thank you very much for allowing us the honor to host them.
Okay, well, thank you guys too. So at this time here, if I can get a motion to approve the agreement. All right, there's already a motion and a second. Motion was made by Councilmember Tanaka and a second by Councilmember Love. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please? You can start the vote. Oh, there we go. Okay, we can end the vote.
Motion has passed with 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is item number 19A. Mr. City Manager.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 19A is approved contract for the retrofit of driver protection systems at a cost of $53,280 and a project total of $63,936. Following extensive work with its bus operators at safety listening sessions, collaboration with LA Metro, and significant work and testing with its own maintenance division, G-Trans is preparing its buses for the installation of an extended barrier to provide a stronger, more durable solution that offers greater physical protection for our drivers. Over the past several months, G-Trans has purchased the required parts and equipment to create kits for the driver protection system project. These kits include steel mountain kits, which were approved by City Council at its meeting on May 13, 2025. The kits will be installed by a third-party contractor who will complete the work. In preparation for the installation of the kits, G-Trans developed a scope of work and issued an invitation for bid, or IFB, to interested contractors. IFB number 2024-11 was issued on June 23, 2025 via Planet Bids, which notified 427 vendors, including 37 disadvantaged business enterprises, or DBEs, and the bid was also published in DBE Good Faith, Daily Breeze, La Opinion, the Gardena Valley News, and several professional and transit organizations. A total of 17 firms downloaded the bid, and G-Trans received 3 bids: Complete Coachworks, CCW, Stomach Inc., and Rapid Transit Professionals. The lowest responsive and responsible bidder is Complete Coachworks, or CCW, at a cost of $53,280. G-Trans wishes to include a 20% contingency or an additional $10,656 to accommodate any unforeseen expenditures or additions that may be required. Such expenditures would not be allowed unless agreed upon in advance by G-Trans management. The project total project cost with recommended contingency is $63,936. Staff requests that City Council approve the installation contract for the retrofit of driver protection systems with Complete Coachworks at a cost of $53,280 and a project total of $63,936, which includes a 20% contingency. The financial impact, G-Trans has existing capital funds designated for this purchase. There is no impact to the general fund. What is required is approved contract and project total.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does any member of the council? We have a couple of members. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Henderson first, and then Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. City Manager, moving forward, I just wanted to add the reminder to look at some of the other cultural sensitive newspapers, LA Sentinel, the Argonaut, different ones in our area, and see. And I forgot what the Korean and Japanese newspapers are.
Rafu.
Yeah, and make sure we include those as well to kind of just expand the opportunity. That's all I wanted to say. Not a directive, just a reminder.
Duly noted, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Francis?
There we go. Just a quick question. So this is going to cover all of our buses now? Because I know we had we had a few that were two, but this will cover everything.
Yeah, so the prototypes that we saw before was sort of like a quick fix because of the incidents that were happening
Yes.
in our buses. Now, for a longer term solution, you obviously have to look at your the bigger brothers, if you will, the ones that are hundreds and hundreds of buses that are doing this and learning from their experiences. And this is what we did. We worked with Metro, and we worked with our drivers to see what fits, because these barriers sometimes obstruct vision and all that.
Yeah.
So all that was taken care of. So this is going to be for our buses.
So this is the latest and the best.
This
State
is
of the art.
State of the art right now.
Right now, state of the art. All right, thank you.
Okay, with that being said, if we can get a motion to approve the contract and project total. Okay, motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson. I'm sorry, whoops, I said this wrong. No, I'm sorry. A motion's been made by Mayor Pro Tem Henderson and a second by Councilmember Tanaka. I think everybody hit it too quick. Okay, there we go. Madam City Clerk, will you call a roll, please? Okay, let's end the vote.
Madam Mayor, the motion is passed with 5 yeas. Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is item number 19B.
Mayor Serta, members of the City Council, agenda item 19B is to approve contract with Remix for transit planning software at a cost of $120,900 and a project total of $132,990. As part of its ongoing review of bus service operations, G-Trans continuously evaluates the efficiency and effectiveness of its transit services and identifies opportunities to improve performance and enhance the quality of service provided to its customers. In addition, G-Trans regularly develops plans for new and modified transit services that strengthen connections with regional transit providers and address unmet travel needs within its service area. To effectively evaluate the operational and financial impacts of proposed service changes, it is essential to utilize an advanced planning tools. To support this effort, G-Trans intends to award a 3-year contract renewal to Remix Technologies, LLC, or Remix, for continued access to its transit planning software. Founded in 2014, Remix is the only provider of a transit planning software that fully integrates route design, scheduling, resource analysis, demographic overlays, and financial forecasting. Unlike other transit software focused solely on scheduling, Remix allows planners to map routes and stops, estimate operating costs, and evaluate resource needs across various service scenarios. Additionally, the software incorporates U.S. Census and demographic data to assess the equity and accessibility impacts of proposed changes, enhancing the inclusivity of transit service. G-Trans initially entered into a 1-year agreement with Remix in July 2021 and renewed for a 2-year contract with a 1-year option agreement following council approval. Since then, the tool has proven instrumental in planning efforts, including the development of Line 7X, Line G to Manhattan Beach, and the evaluation of future bus routes and micro-transit concepts. Currently, G-Trans is analyzing the service and resource impacts of several major initiatives, including the restructuring of existing routes, the potential assumption of select metro-operated services, and the development of service for the upcoming World Cup 2026 and Olympics 2028 events. Continued access to Remix software over the next several years will significantly streamline the analysis of these projects and their effects on the G-Trans network. Lastly, the platform's ability to integrate existing bus stop infrastructure and general transit feed specifications, or GTFS data, enables more efficient development of routing options. Remix has submitted pricing as detailed below, which staff has reviewed and determined is fair and reasonable. The contract term will start on July 1st, 2025. The first base year is July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026. The software license fee is $39,100, and that's up to 68 vehicles. Base year 2, July 1st, 2026 to June 30, 2027. Software license fee is $40,300, again, up to 68 vehicles. And then the base year 3, July 1st, 2027 to June 30, 2028. Software license fee is $41,500, and that, again, is up to 68 vehicles. G-Trans wishes to include a 10% contingency or an additional $12,090 to accommodate any unforeseen expenditures or additions that may be required. Such expenditures would not be allowed unless agreed upon in advance by G-Trans management. The total project cost with recommended contingency is $132,990. Staff requests that the City Council approve a 3-year contract with Remix Technologies for a total of $120,900 and a project total of $132,990, which includes a 10% contingency. G-Trans has allocated funding in the 26 fiscal year operating budget for the service. The cost of subsequent years of the agreement will be included in future budgets for City Council consideration. There is no impact to the general fund. What's required tonight is approve the contract.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody from the public wishing to speak on this item?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Okay. Does any member of the council have any questions or comments? Okay. First up is Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is, we're finalizing or renewing an agreement that we already had with this particular company. Am I clear about? Okay, that's what I thought. And so this software plan is going to collect data about different bus stops and who's going to do the analysis? Because sometimes, the data may show maybe just one person is at a particular stop, when the problem might be just the time that there's nobody else there, or how are you going to analyze the data to make sure that it really does? I mean, once you get it, you got to do something with it.
So I'm going to allow Director Crespo to speak on this, but I have spoken to G-Trans staff. I've sat down with them, not only with this software, but other matrix and processes that they do, and they do a very good job in detailed analysis of these routes and whatnot. So this particular software is invaluable to us. I remember when we were contemplating Line 7X and Line G to Manhattan, it was a concept that we asked Director Crespo. I know he always says yes before he even knows what the answer is, but he plugs it into that software. His team and his team does a very good job in analyzing, and they make it work and make it happen. So we've had 3 years of Remix. Director Crespo is going to speak more on their behalf, but this is something that it's really invaluable for G-Trans bus operations.
All right, thank you. I'm just trying to get a greater understanding of what's going on, that's all. Thank you so much, I appreciate the response.
Oh, sorry, I was answering here. Oh, sorry.
Is he done?
Good evening, Mayor Serta and council members. So this software, to answer specifically, is used by our staff, like Mr. Osorio said, but what it does now, it's streamlined like the work that maybe would have taken one staff member 4 days to work on manually in Excel and pull in GIS files to literally, if you asked us, we'd like to see how many buses and drivers would you need if you put a route down Marine all the way to Redondo Beach. And I can literally, with the drag of a drop, drag it all out, and it would project based on all the census data that it knows. It would say it's going to take you you need 4 drivers and you need 5 buses. And so it allows our planning team to then start diving into that concept to make it fit into what we actually want to do, right? But that initial analysis is what this does, right? And it's a luxury tool, I'd say, to have it at our disposal, but it's very necessary, right? Because it allows us to stay at the cutting edge with transit planning.
Just a comment. You know, I'm about in the city riding around all the time, but you can't miss that green bus, especially when they're, I don't know if I told you about old school buses would pass each other, and you would almost tell the time by the scheduling, and they're so on time, and I see a lot of that. So congrats or kudos to you and the drivers. They're doing a great job as far as I can see.
That is 100% our planning team, and then 100% our drivers who try their best every day to keep the schedules that we put out. So
Yes, they're doing well. Thank you.
thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Henderson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Crespo, in regards to Remix, are they also given the potential offering of an AI tool? I know you guys do a lot of the planning and forecasting manually and everything, but is there the opportunity, or have they discussed the potential of having an automated forecasting for you to figure out, or you haven't looked into that too deep yet?
At some of the conferences that we're seeing in the transit industry, it is starting to be incorporated into a lot of softwares. I have not personally seen this company with their module yet. I'm sure they're going to have one, but at this point, I have not seen one.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, can I get a motion to approve this contract? Okay, is there a second? All right, Madam City Clerk, a motion is made by Councilmember Francis and a second by Councilmember Henderson. Will you call the roll, please? Okay, we can end the vote.
Motion has passed. 5 yeas, Tanaka, Henderson, Serta, Francis, and Love.
Okay, thank you. Next up is council directives at this time. Does any member of the council have any directives? Okay, let's start with Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have one quick one. The directive is for Mr. City Manager to have the appropriate staff person contact Film LA organization to discuss filming opportunities in Gardena. The purpose of the directive is to proactively solicit the filming industry to create a potential new revenue source for our city. Reason why this directive is warranted, to do the research possible for new opportunities, since filming industry is looking for collaborative partnerships. The ways that it will directly benefit the city is, again, another potential revenue stream.
If I may, if I'm not mistaken, I thought we already have a contract with Film LA. At least we did a couple of years ago, unless it hasn't been renewed.
I'm not sure if you would, if the directive is passed, we can see if there's it might have been a few years old. So
Okay.
if it's passed, we'll make sure that it is.
But I'll second it. I'll
Right,
second it.
'cause
I was gonna say, I thought we had one already.
Yeah, we need to have a tour so we can invite them back to look at our city.
Oh, we do? In fact, they were
Okay.
filming on Crenshaw yesterday.
They
last
were.
week.
Yeah, I just want to make sure there's more filming. So,
Oh, wait a minute, hold on, we got a comment.
okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Yeah, so we still have used Film LA. As a matter of fact, they just did a big filming at the Gardena Cinema, and it brought in, I think they wanted like 16 officers and sergeants and stuff like that. So we're very active with them already.
So then I can remove
If you like it.
the directive. So never mind, looks like we got it.
Okay.
But Mr. City Manager, please follow up with the city of Santa Clarita. Okay.
I still have contacts there, and I'll reach out to them.
Okay. Okay. The next one is Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's not so much a directive as a question. You know,
Well, hold on. Madam City Attorney, can we do a question now, or is it only directives?
Excuse me. We're at the point of state of directives, and so the first question under directives is state the purpose of the directive. Is it a question that can be sent directly to the city manager that he could address later?
You want me to email you, but I'm sure other folks might want to be interested in hearing, not just me, but, okay, so maybe, can I make it as a directive? Okay, I'll make it as a directive. I thought I was going to try and make it easy for you, so you just say, I want to answer the question and be done with it, but, all right. Okay, so the directive is to get a date certain about the installation of those EV poles, electric vehicle posts there at Raleigh Park. Is that what's going up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, and a date certain, we got the Jazz Festival coming up. And I just wanted to have see if we can.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
So as I
It's
stated at
directive, I don't know.
the meeting we went to on Monday, I'm sorry. It's very, very difficult to work with Edison as far as pinning them down to an actual date certain. So we can try to get a date certain for the completion of the charging stations. There's a very hot topic at the Second Time Around Club meeting, and I told them that it's just, Edison just makes it very, very difficult for us to get date certain because they sometimes they don't know when their parts are gonna arrive and whatnot. We'll make a best effort to find out from them. And if that's just the question of directive, we can easily find that out. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it has to be a directive.
That's right. And just the other thing, the sign at Raleigh Park, when this directive to a date certain for that sign to be repaired, because I guess someone threw a rock or something. They threw a rock and cracked the glass there at the sign. The big monument sign there. And I know we had talked about getting new signs, and we were going to put over there by the bathroom and all of that, but I don't know when that process is.
We'll find out a couple of dates. I know the marquee sign that you're referring to. We'll find out where that is, and then I'll get back to you.
Yeah, because we got events
It's just
coming
dates,
up,
so
and
we'll figure it out.
be nice to look pretty.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. Those are my directives.
You know what, just for sake, so we stay with the protocol, can we make those directives? I'll second it, and then that way an email can go out where everybody could know. Yeah, just so that we just stay with the protocol of everything. Just the two questions, we put on, I'll second it, because everybody probably wants to know that as well.
For
If we
sure,
can
that's
find
why
out
I
a
was
date.
just trying to,
Let's just write it down, I'll second it. That's fine.
So complicated these days.
Well, I mean, we follow protocol.
All
So,
right.
We have the little slips up underneath. Okay, I have one directive here. Tonight, I know I had mentioned when we were talking about resolution number 6709, with the $2,000, the discretionary that was removed from Councilmember Love on that item there, I would like to make a directive that that $2,000 be redistributed to the 4 members equally so that those groups won't have to suffer by not getting money that they would normally request. So I'd like to just put that on as a directive, and hopefully I can get a second so that that money just won't sit out there unusable. At least if people or nonprofits want to request it, they do have an avenue through us. And so the directive would be to redistribute the $2,000 of discretionary money. The purpose of the directive is to make sure our nonprofits are still able to request it. And the reason why this directive is warranted is just to make sure that the nonprofits don't suffer as a result of the action that we had to take tonight. I hope I can get a second. Thank you. All right, Madam City, okay, I'm writing this out here for Madam City Clerk. Next is Councilman Henderson, go ahead.
Yes, so since we don't need the other directive, I got another directive.
Okay.
To investigate or confer with the city of Hawthorne regarding their chatbot tool, Nate. Purpose of the directive is to create transparency to the community by creating a potential 24/7 accessible city hall. The reasons the directive is warranted is to improve customer service, help us meet our community goals and objectives by giving folks real-time access to information. The ways the directive would benefit the city is just, again, keeping our community more informed with greater access to information at all times of day and night.
So that was brought up at a COG meeting, and I'll second that because it also relieves staff of some of their tedious things that they're doing.
All right.
Okay. And everybody's writing out their forms, right? We're all writing? We're all writing and seconding for staff, okay? Huh? Let's all write them out. Make sure it makes it easier for our clerk. And if there are no other directives here, we're going to move on to city manager remarks regarding previous council directives.
Madam Mayor,
I'm sorry?
I don't have any updates, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we're going to move to council remarks. We're going to begin with Councilmember Love.
Since our last council meeting, I attended quite a few events. The car show that was mentioned earlier tonight was an amazing car show. There was some, unbelievable cars that was at this car show. The drivers, the owners of these vehicles were so excited to have an opportunity to showcase their vehicles. The maintenance of some of these cars are just amazing to me, and to see them being so old and in such great condition, it always leaves me in awe. I also attended most of the Ichikawa events, which was a lot. And it was great to see the kids interacting from both sides, and to see the little excitement on their faces, and to watch them play the game. I have to admit that the kids from Ichikawa, when I saw the pitcher throw that first pitch out, I knew we were in trouble. But everybody had a great time at the event. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stay and watch the entire game, but I was there to watch the beginning of the game. I also attended the Dodger Day at Dodger Stadium, again with the Ichikawa delegation and a lot of the city employees and residents. I attended and co-hosted the Gardena Chamber backpack giveaway, where we gave away 400 backpacks, provided school supplies for all of those backpacks, provided haircuts. Stylists came out and did braids for the girls. Nail technicians came out and did gel polish for them. We provided them with food, a whole inflatable kid zone, and everybody had a great time. It was good to bring back the school supply giveaway and see the humongous turnout that really spoke to the need that the community has in helping with resources. I attended the Inglewood Unity Day at Darby Park, hosted by Councilwoman Gloria Gray in Inglewood. And again, I've attended this event for 2 years in a row, and it was another amazing event. I attended a meet and greet for for Mayor Karen Bass at a friend's house over in Inglewood, which was pretty awesome to hear the updates and to hear her talk about her reelection. I attended the Maximum Athletic Performance grand opening, which is amazing sports facility where a young 27-year-old man took a vision and turned it into a dream and opened a major sports training facility. And he's doing awesome work by helping young kids who can't afford the professional training to be able to come to his facility and train on a professional level with a background in kinesiology. I attended the National Night Out event. I also attended the Martin Luther King Day Cultural Committee Boots on the Ground luncheon, where the seniors showed up and showed out and put all of their boots on the ground. And I ended my community events at the city's yard sale, where I scored some really good items, which I think I scored the deal of the day. For the sake of time, I won't go into anything else. I'll end my report there.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Councilmember Francis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since the last time we've met, I attended the car show, and it was amazing. I had seen so many cars, so many cars from my memory. You know, the cars when cars had back seats, and they were great. And Mr. Randall's Shelby was absolutely wonderful. And also attended the Ichikawa dinner at Pollo Inca, Dodger Day at the stadium, the summer block party, and the Maximum Athletic Performance MAP Gym. And what's really neat about that is it's a wonderful facility, wonderful gym, and it's built for young people, for our young folks to get involved in developing their athletic skills and become better ball players. And let's see what else I did. And then, of course, the National Blackout. And I want to thank everyone that came out for our summer, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Culture Committee, our summer Western Tea fundraiser, where we presented Aki, Giancarlo Poole, and Kaylee Trinidad, each with a $1,500 college scholarship, the Arthur Johnson College Scholarship, named in name of our founder, Mr. Arthur Johnson of the Martin Luther King Culture Committee. And also, I'm chair of the Beautification Committee, and I look forward to working with our Ms. Rivera. And just if you're still listening, we meet the third Thursday of each month. And I also want to congratulate April Pamplin and Kyle Chen on their commission appointees. And I want you to mark your calendars. On September 20th, we're having our 25th annual Keep Gardena Beautiful Day, where we get a chance to get out and pick up trash and clean up our city and to keep it beautiful. And it's a year-long tradition. Well, 25 years we've been celebrating, and thank you to Public Works for supporting that effort. And I also want to offer my sincere and deepest condolences to Senator Steve Raffers in the loss of his sister, Vicky. And so those will conclude my comments. And as always, I know there's a lot going on in our world, and you watch the news, and sometimes you just want to turn it off. But just remember, better days are coming. It's been promised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next up is Mayor Pro Tem Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Since our last gathering, I attended my ICA summer seminar event. This was my last seminar as president. I will be abdicating the throne and giving it to Councilman Ray Jackson of Hermosa Beach. His swearing in will be in September. All are invited. I'll send the email. Also at the ICA Summer Seminar, I want to thank the City of Hawthorne for demonstrating their tool. My role as president, I always wanted to highlight the things that cities do well. Government always gets a bad rap for not doing things so perfect or being slow, but I always want to make a point for us to highlight the things that we're doing well. So not only do I ask their electeds to participate, but I also want them to encourage their staff to participate in everything. I want to thank our staff. We did a panel on youth and government. And Director Santine, even though the panel went how it went, you were duly and truly prepared to provide all the information. Mr. City Manager, I appreciate that. I appreciate those in the City of Gardena that came to the ICA Summer Seminar in Coronado to support. And anytime I can create an opportunity for us to showcase the things that we're doing, I'm always going to do that. I attended the Ichikawa events. I will say the dinner was very heartwarming. I mean, it warmed the cockles of my heart to see all the children just interfacing and interacting and everything. I think we had a little tough time trying to get that big picture at the end with all those kids because it was tough. But Mayor Serta and Councilwoman Francis got the kids squared away so we can get that picture. I will say I noticed all the young girls in the picture didn't have a problem following instructions. It was just all those boys. So that was something, as a dad, I understand that. I also attended the Maximum Athletics grand opening. It's a great facility in our community. I think it will begin to set a precedent of Gardena becoming an athletic training capital in the SoCal because we do have the space and the resources. So hopefully others in the athletic industry are looking at some of the spaces we have available. Also would like to just say, as a professional, having stated a certain discipline like many of you, I want to say thank you to all the other professionals in our community that spent the time in school, the blood, sweat, and tears to learn your discipline, be it public safety, public works, community development, being a city clerk, being an administrator. I understand and I appreciate what you do, again, IT especially. a lot of the work we do as professionals go unsung. We like to just kind of do our work and go home. But I can say the sentiment here at the City of Gardena with a lot of our staff is they definitely don't do it for the pay. They do it for the love and just to make sure that they get the job done. So I just want to say from Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem Henderson, say thank you very much, and I respect you all as professionals.
Thank you. For myself, I'm just going to go through this pretty quickly.
And the city attorney.
Definitely the city attorney. Since the last council meeting for myself, I too attended the ICA summer conference. Again, Mayor Pro Tem, you did a great job with that. Beautiful location it was at. But I want to give a special thank you to our city manager and to our director of Parks, Recreation and Human Services. I always mess that up. You guys really controlled the panel. The other cities, they did a great job, but I think people were really impressed with our Youth in Government Day and just all the things that we do in the city. Because like I said, it seemed like most of the questions were being asked about that. So it's always good when you can kind of stick your chest out and go, yeah, Gardena did that. So thank you guys again for representing us well. I did my monthly sanitation meeting, also my CCGA meeting where we deal with the issues that are going on with the card rooms, what the governor's doing with it, with the tribes and so on. I attended something I don't normally attend, and that's an EOC meeting at the city level here, and that's where our Emergency Operations Center person meets with all the other EOCs in the surrounding cities. And so I had the opportunity just to kind of go and observe and see what our city what we're doing compared to what the other cities are doing there. And it's really impressive just to see how much planning goes into what to do in the event of a disaster, how to make sure that we're making sure we have all the current telephone numbers for the utility companies and things so that when something does hit that we're not all scrambling. So I just want to say kudos to the representatives that we have for that attend the EOC meeting. I think that was Lieutenant Messina. I can't remember our ELC coordinator's name. I think it was last name was Tran, and then Audra from our PIO as well. And so just as we were just able to just kind of see a touch of what they do. I also attended all of the events that happened with the Ichikawa delegation. I want to thank staff again for doing an amazing job. The mayor and his delegation were so impressed with everything we did. It was 3 days packed with so much going on. From the welcome when they first came in, and I want to thank all of our staff for just bearing with us. I know they were late getting there, but we kept practicing how we were going to greet them, waving our flags, and it was hot out there, but you guys all stuck it out, so thank you guys for that. But they really appreciated all of that. Everything from the Gardena Dodger Day, just the way we accommodated them. I mean, the memories that they got going to the Dodger Day, getting the little bobbleheads and all that, I mean, it's something that's unforgettable. The Parks and Rec Day that we had with them, and then the friendly softball game we had. I thought that was so amazing because being that we went to the Dodger game on Tuesday, to have our friendly softball game on Wednesday, it was almost identical to what the Dodgers do. So when the players got up to hit the ball, they had a DJ with a little music playing there. We had announcers there in English and Japanese. It was just a lot of fun. When we started off, they had they came out with their flag. We came with ours. We heard their national anthem. They heard ours. And it was really impressive to know that Channel 7 came out and did a story on us because, I mean, that's big for us to be recognized by other cities because they saw the story. And I was also really impressed with the fact that there were people from other baseball leagues nearby, like the Wiseburn Baseball League. There were people from the Redondo League that they heard about our international game, and so they wanted to come out and see it. So I just want to thank, again, everybody who had a part in that, and just the whole agenda, putting it together from the locations of where we went, the places where they ate at. They couldn't stop talking about our restaurants, the food. Everything we put in front of them, they ate it like they had never eaten before, and they loved it. In fact, especially El Pola Inca, they went on and on about Peruvian food and how good that was. While the friendly softball game was going on, believe it or not, I actually had a finance meeting I had to attend, and so I was able to do it remotely at the park. And so I want to thank the IT staff for making it available for me to be able to attend my 10-minute meeting and then get back out there in time to throw the first pitch. So thank you guys for that. I also attended my monthly town hall meeting that was at the Toss-Up Restaurant, and I want to thank all of those who came out to the meetings just to hear updates and things that are happening in our community. On that next day, I went to backpack giveaway for the City of Refuge for their annual Backpack Day, and that too was a successful event. I also went to the Haas Block Club neighborhood block party that they had, well attended. I want to thank our officers for being out there and just being community-like, talking with the residents, playing games with the kids out there, and it was just a great day for everybody. And then later on that evening, I attended the summer concert that was held at Mos Fukai, and I ran into this couple that said they drove all the way from San Gabriel to come to the event, and they were just having so much fun, and they just couldn't believe that we had this concert for free. I think it was Bruno Mars and the Hooligans. I was an impersonator, which were amazing. That following Monday, I participated in the Sarah Golf tournament, and didn't win this year, but I had a good time. A couple of days later, I attended the BizFed reception that was hosted at the South Bay Realtor's office in Torrance. Yep, you were there. You were there. Mayor Pro Tem was also there in attendance too. And then on that following Saturday, I attended the grand opening of the Maximum Athletic Performance. They're calling it MAPFAM, #MAPFAM. And, it was said earlier by my colleagues here, but we're really excited for this young man to be so young and be an entrepreneur and have something like that for those who want to just, get their batting skill up. So we're really excited to do that. And what was equally nice and kind of a surprise to me was there had to have been at least 100 people in there. Right before I get ready to leave, the owner, Peter, he busts out with a cake that apparently our staff sent over there, and they all sang happy birthday, which was really, really nice, because I actually kind of forgot about my birthday on that day because we were doing a grand opening. But I really appreciate that, not only from the organization, but even for our staff and just even letting them know. So thank you guys for that. Later on that evening, I attended UTLA PACE reception in downtown LA for teachers. They want to make sure that people know that when school starts on the 14th, we don't want anybody afraid to go back to school for fear of ICE or, any kind of danger for any of our young people. So they're actually encouraging parents, and even if you don't have kids, to, walk a kid into school just to let them know that it's going to be safe for them to attend school and they don't have anything to fear. Because, again, we don't want anybody's education being infringed on just out of fear. And then also, I attended our summer block party, another successful event. I think it was mentioned earlier, but this was probably the largest one we've had. I think we hit 2,000, somewhere close to that. I hate to quote a number, I'm not for sure, but it was more than what we've had in the past. And it's always good to see all of our different departments coming out there to help. I mean, I know it was led by PD and Parks and Rec, but it's good when you see our other departments. You see G-Trans out there with the buses. You see Public Works out there with the bulldozers and the street sweepers. And I don't know if people really pay attention, but little kids love things like bulldozers and street sweepers. I mean, it's so much fun. Even our trash company was out there with a trash truck, because apparently little kids love trash trucks too. So I just want to thank everybody for all that they did and for all of my colleagues for being there and just interacting with everybody, because it was a lot of fun. That next day, I attended for Councilmember Tanaka, I think, League of Cities or Cal Cities, the installation ceremony for a council member in Palos Verdes, Britt Hugh, and we welcomed her into the new position, League of Cities, and it was a good event. So I was happy to be able to be there, substituting in for Councilmember Tanaka. And on this past Saturday, I attended, at the request of our Peruvian Lions Club, the Miss Pan America beauty pageant that was held in Anaheim. And we were hoping that Miss Peru would win, but Miss Honduras won. But it was an exciting pageant to attend, and had a lot of fun. Also, I attended Second Time Around Club on yesterday. Gave just a quick community update, just kind of let them know about some of the projects that were coming forward. I want to thank our city manager and our chief of police for joining as well, just so that our residents could just ask some questions as far as what their plans are moving forward. Our new police chief, just kind of getting to meet him and so on. And so thank you guys for being there as well. And then lastly, just the last comment I want to make. I don't know if anybody here on the council had the opportunity to attend the function with AC Green, but it is a really neat thing when you have a celebrity hosting a free sports clinic like this. So if our staff can just share what AC Green thank him again for working with the city of Gardena. We love partnering with him, and we hope that he continues with that moving forward. And with that, that ends my report. Next up is Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, I'm going to speed read this one.
Go for it.
Becky, you can catch it on later on the tape. So I've actually done 2 COG steering committee meetings since our last, and 1 RCC board meeting and executive committee meeting. I was, again, I don't know how they do this, but I got elected as chair again. No, the RCC. Attended each Ikawa events, and I was able to go to the airport to pick them up, and we went to the El Inca after for dinner. They loved that. They couldn't get enough. The next day we went to Fogo de Chao. We did a tour of Nissan Foods, cup noodles, and then we went to the Dodger game and enjoyed a great night. I think they ate a bunch of hot dogs, I think. And then the next day we did City Hall's Park Recreation and Human Services celebration. That was a great event. And then we attended the doubleheader at Freeman Park and the official dedication of the baseball diamond and the scoreboard. It was, I think they were totally impressed with everything that happened that day. We didn't win, but I think that night at the official dinner here at the Nakaoka, it was a time of actually just bonding together. They all were trading stuff, signing things, having a really great time. So I think this was a total beneficial meeting between the two. And the delegation, we took them home to the airport the next day. So in regards to this visit, this could not have happened the way it did, and it could not have been a success the way it was without the efforts and dedication and hard work of our city employees and our directors. Director Rigg and Public Works, thank you so much. I walked onto that park that day, and it was amazing. New fencing, the diamond was immaculate. The scoreboard, you guys did a really great job on refurbishing that scoreboard. It was a great job. Director Crespo, thank you for all the trips and the buses and all the transportation that your people provided. They got everywhere they needed to go to. Let's see, Chief Fox, thank you for all that your department did to impress the delegation and the young people, especially the non-sworn also that were there to greet them and entertain them. The volunteers that we have in our city, they're the best. They come to everything. They help, they direct, they support, whatever we need, our volunteers are there. And then County Fire, thank you for showing up. We appreciate you guys. But here's the most important one that to me, Director Stephanie Santine. You got this when we went to Japan, and the mayor said we need to do a baseball tournament. And you kind of looked around like, a what? Next year. And I was totally impressed that you said yes. And this is what happened. You put this together with your staff, and it was a great job for 3 jam-packed days, picking them up at the airport, getting them to the restaurants, taking them to the ball games, Disneyland, everything that you guys did. They were totally impressed that we did that in 3 days. So I just want to thank you and your staff for all that you did for that. You're always positive. You never say no. You always kind of give you the look, though, but you always get stuff done. So we really appreciate that and your staff. So at the last South Bay COG board meeting, there were a few things that we talked about. In fact, Bernadette talked about those too, about the regional housing trust that we're trying to develop, the Measure A funding that we're trying to budget for, Measure M sub-regional programs and allocations that we're trying to spread out. We have moved to our new location, 357 Van Ness Way in Torrance. It's a really great facility. If you've never been to the COG offices, this is the one to go see. They've put a lot of work in this one, so it's a really great place. And the last thing the COG is doing is the South Bay Legislative Briefing. That'll be on 14 August at 9 o'clock. For the Zoom information, contact Jackie Backrath at the COG office. 310, 310-293-2612. Attended the Battle of the Badges Blood Drive, gave all I could give. Attended the ribbon cutting for MAP, the Maximize Athletic Performance. And if you want to see a really great baseball batting cage with workout equipment and other stuff that's awesome, this is the place you need to go see. It's at 13008 Halldale. MAP, go see it. You'll be impressed. Did National Night Out. This is the biggest one I've ever seen. And it's the biggest one in the South Bay. Nobody does what we do. I was impressed that Nathan Hockman showed up. Maxine Waters shows up. She's done it every year. She loves our event. She touts us that we are the best National Night Out, so she keeps coming. Chief Fox, you, your staff, your volunteers, your non-sworn, everybody that you had out there did a really great job, and we appreciate it. And Stephanie, thank you for your staff for getting Public Works out there, to get transportation out there, to get all the tents put up, to the food that you gave away and everything that was done. We thank you for that. I think you call us the Emerald City, correct? We are the gem of the South Bay, but she's touted us as the Emerald City. So thank you for all that you guys continue to do to support us. I didn't go to ICA because I was attending the Kel Neva District Convention in Summerlin, Nevada. I met with the city clerk so she could teach me how to be smart tonight and work the work the new program. Attended Assessor Jeff Prang's presentation to the senior lunch, and I just want to thank our entire city employees for all that they do for us. We appreciate you. So that's my report.
Okay, thank you. One last thing I forgot to mention, if we can definitely make sure we send a thank you to Cup Noodles Nissen, their CEO. They were the ones who donated all the jerseys for both teams, for the Gardena team as well as the Ichikawa team. It was really, really nice of them to, Nissen Foods. They were the main sponsor along with a couple of other companies, but they even had their logo on there as well. So, all right, with that being said, I'm going to move on to announcements here. This coming Saturday, August 16th, we have Camp DA 2025. That's a young man by the name of Dylan Andrews. I think last year he played for UCLA. He had a camp last year, and I'm glad he's doing it again this year. So it's Saturday, August the 16th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Grades K through 12. That's at Rush Gym. Registration has begun already, and but I think you can still register at www.cityofgardena.org/events. There'll be prizes, games, giveaways, awards, lunch, and lunch is provided. We also have the self-defense workshop, which will be Saturday, August the 23rd, where you can join us for a free self-defense workshop where you will discover techniques to protect yourselves in challenging situations. This will be at Thornburg Park, which is located off of 149th Street. And there's 2 sessions, one at 9 a.m. from 9 to 10. That's for ages 9 and up. And also session 2 is from 10:15 to 11:15. That too is from 9 a.m. and up. We do ask that you register again at www.cityofgardena.org/events. But if you don't register, please come and attend anyway. Also to put on your calendars, we have our 22nd Annual City of Gardena Jazz Festival, which will be Sunday, August the 24th. This will be at Raleigh Park. The gates open at 9 a.m. The general admission is $30. Box seats are $75. Reserved table seats are $100. And they have a great headlining show there. Robert Glasper, Avery Sunshine, Arturo Sandoval, and many more. So to purchase your tickets, you can go to www.gardenajazzfestival.com/tickets. And then also for future planning, we have our Keep Gardena Beautiful Day Community Day cleanup coming up, which is Saturday, September the 20th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Please register by September 5th, 2025 at https:// K is in kite, G is in George, B is in boy, D is in David, 2025.eventbrite.com. And they get a t-shirt and a free lunch afterwards. Thank you. Okay, with that being said, we're going to move on to our remembrances. Tonight, we're going to adjourn in memory of Miss Vicki Bradford, who is the sister of State Senator Stephen Bradford and beloved longtime resident of Gardena for 56 years. She attended local schools and had a deep love for music and spent her youth singing and dancing with childhood friends. She was a devoted mother of two and would have celebrated her 66th birthday on the same day as the Gardena Jazz Festival. So at this time, the Gardena City Council will adjourn to the closed session portion of our City Council meeting at 7 p.m., followed by a regular City Council meeting at 7:30 p.m. on Tuesday, August 26, 2025. Before we adjourn, we'd just like to invite everybody to come in the back to celebrate the birthday of our city clerk, Miss Mina Semenza. Oh, I'm sorry, the actual birthday. Okay, then we're going to hurry and cut this cake as we celebrate her actual birthday. So at this time, we are adjourned. Everyone, please join us in the back. Huh? 38 what? 38, 21? 21? 21. I don't know where 38 came from with you. We're always 21. We're never,